All right. Maybe. Possibly. Bueller. I don't know what happened. Hey, what's up, everybody? Is this working? Maybe? Okay. Um, welcome.
RPG!
There we go.
RPG! 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 RPG!
Oh, that was very weird. I'm going to delete that other stream. But yes, technically we had two streams. I don't know. For some odd reason, when I hit start streaming, it created a new instance and said that we were building the studio, which we were not. Yeah, don't cross the streams. Why? Total protonic reversal. Anyways, I'll speed run what I said in the other stream. Hi, my name is Derek Melinda. Welcome to the Knights of Last Call. Tonight, we're bringing you another first look thanks to the support of our good friend, Kaz. Now, you may know Kaz from our Knights of Last Call Patreon, or you may know him from our Quest for the Frozen Flame, where he played Thrawn, the barbarian, who was also a wrestler. Anyways, Kaz, a good buddy of mine, has really gotten into solo gaming in a way that the rest of my group, and especially me, has not. Now, I am not super familiar with most of the solo games. It's not my kind of style, a cup of tea, but I do like Oracle games. I do like oracles and tables, to randomly procedurally generate things. And of course, I'm going to be doing my very first solo game via Moria, and be doing that for the One Ring. I'm going to be doing that for sharing that with you all. So you guys are actually going to get to see me play my very first solo RPG, in earnest. Now, all that being said, my good buddy Kaz is a huge sci-fi fan, huge Star Trek nerd, Warhammer 40K nerd, you name it. And so he came across this game, and I think he has picked it up, is interested in it. And he said, "Hey, do you mind if I sponsor a first look?" And I said, "Absolutely, go for it." So thank you to Kaz for sponsoring this first look. Thank you all for joining us. If you've never joined us before for a first look, it's probably unlikely at this point, but you never know. Could be your first time. Basically, a first look is me looking at a game that I've never looked at before. I've never played it. Never engaged with it in a meaningful way. I may own the game, and I've just never read it. In this case, this is a game I did not own. I wasn't even aware of. We do bigger games, smaller games, and I'm going to basically look through the PDF. We're not going to cover every element of the game. That means that this is not a review. Quite frankly, even if I looked through all of the game, I don't think it would be considered a review. I really think you need to be able to play a game 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 times before you can really say, I understand the play patterns and I can speak to whether the mechanics and the game works. That being said, I've seen a lot of role-playing games, so my first impressions, they are going to be what they are. Sometimes my first impressions change over time, especially when I get a chance to actually play the game. And other times I may have made a mistake. I may have misinterpreted or misunderstood something. And lastly, and most importantly, with some of these games, like tonight's, the page count can be pretty, intense, right? We got thick books over here sometimes. We're not going to be able to get to all of it. So there may be really cool, really awesome bits of tech that exist in the game that we just don't get to. Now, sometimes when a game has a lot of interest and we get a lot of feedback and a lot of positive response from views and tips and super chats, we'll sometimes do another first look, a second look, if you will. But don't take, just because I might not cover something doesn't mean that it wasn't cool. We just might not have gotten to it. That being said, if you are interested at any point in picking up this game, you can do that with the doobly-doo down below. There's a link to our Drive-Thru RPG affiliate link. It doesn't cost you any extra money, but it does give us a couple of bucks. Now, we're not streaming on Twitch right now. And the reason is because I am still trying to experiment / shift up the quality level of our streams. And so you may notice that your default resolution may have increased to 1440. And I don't really think, to be clear, I don't really think there's a whole lot of a reason for most RPG talking heads to be at a higher resolution. It doesn't really matter. Now, that being said, I show a lot of text on my screen. And I know a lot of people watch this on phones. So the reason that I wanted to stream at a higher resolution is so that folks at home can see the text clearer and easier. Obviously, at certain points when we start doing our actual plays, whether it's my solo play or when we're playing at our tables, I also like to share things like character details, maps, and in our case, we have a studio, so we're playing live and in person. Now, and when we're playing virtually, I can just pop it up on screen and it's probably pretty visible. But when we're playing in person, I'm relying on a camera to look at dice, character sheets, maps, tokens, whatever, what have you. And so being able to show it at a higher resolution gives people who are watching it that much more clarity. So that's why it's important to me. Now, all that being said, Twitch does not support this resolution because Twitch in some ways is better than YouTube, but also kind of sucks. So I'm still looking for a way, a methodology to basically do a double, it's complicated, but what I was doing before was basically taking one set of encodings and splitting it and sending one to YouTube and one to Twitch. So in order to do, if I want to keep doing this, I'm going to have to do 2 encodings. Now, luckily, I have a beast of a machine. Like right now, if I take a look, let me see here. My GPU is running at about 28%. So I still have a ton of headroom. I'm only using 4 gigs of the 12 gig of GPU memory. So again, overall, it's about 30% utilized. I can handle this with my 4080. That being said, I have to figure out the tech for it. Anyways, no, I don't need 2 machines yet. No, I was not paying anything. I was not using a third-party service. So this is a first look, I promise you. But London's asking me a question. I don't know if he's. I don't know if she's. I don't know if they're being very facetious and they're just asking the question, or if they're like, I need to know because I want to do this for, she wants to do this for hers. Anyways, so the way that Restream works is most people are bottlenecked on upload. So the way that Restream works is you send one packet of your stream to, say, Restream, and you pay money for them. And then Restream uses their bandwidth to send it to 2 locations, say Twitch and YouTube. I don't do that because I have enough bandwidth because I have fiber optic. So because I have a ton of bandwidth, basically, if I want to send it to YouTube and I want to send it to Twitch, I have to basically double the bandwidth that I'm sending it to. But it also means that your GPU encoder has to work a little bit harder, but not that much harder, but a little bit harder. So if you have a good GPU and you have good bandwidth, and by the way, I mean upload bandwidth. Most people don't have a problem with download bandwidth so much as upload. Then you can just do it for free. There's OBS plugins that easily do it. That being said, it is technically violating Twitch's terms of service. Now you might say, Derek, no, Twitch allows you to dual stream. Twitch does allow you to dual stream. However, Twitch has to be, quote, the preferred platform. And what that means is Twitch will not allow you to combine chats. Crazy, I know. There's also a couple other weird rules, but normally when I'm streaming to Twitch, and again, we'll get back to streaming to Twitch eventually. I just have to still figure out that tech stack, and I just haven't done it yet. When I combine Twitch and YouTube, I am technically violating Twitch's terms of service. So maybe I'll take this down. Bloop. Okay. Oh, they did. Oh, well, hey, that's great, Wes. I didn't know that. See, look, we're all learning together. Wes, I didn't know that. I need to read those terms of service. That's great. I mean, I was going to do it anyway, so it doesn't actually change anything for me, but, it's nice to know. That's great, Wes. Cool. Now they just need to be able to accept the AV1 codec. Come on, Twitch, get the fuck with it. They probably do if you're like super preferred or whatever. Anyways. By the way, YouTube does that same thing, by the way. If you're a more popular streamer or popular YouTube site, they will encode your video with a better codec. They'll give you higher bit rates and stuff. If you're a nobody like me, you gotta do it the hard way. Okay. Anyways, this is going to be a first look on Across 1,000 Dead Worlds. And this is solo play in Moria. That's not what we want. All right, there we go. So this is Across 1,000 Dead Worlds. This is by Black Oak. Blackoath Entertainment. No idea who they are. Never heard of them before. That being said, maybe they published a bunch of stuff. Again, this is brand new for me. So we've got this kind of, mothership Coriolis vibe right off the rip. I mean, this art looks like you could have taken it straight out of Coriolis, for sure. And just from my understanding from the Drive-Thru RPG description, this is a horror exploration sci-fi game. It is designed for solo play. That being said, you can play it with a group. And so I would say that it's not just a solo game, but it's definitely not, a normal RPG. Like, right? It definitely has a strong mind towards the solo elements. So I'm going to need your help because I am not a solo game expert master. So this is actually kind of an interesting thing for me. Honestly, quite frankly, aside from, Ironsworn and Starforged, and then the aforementioned solo play Moria rules, which were also written by Sean Tompkins, the author of Ironsworn and Solo Forms. Did the stream chop? See, right. Yes, the stream probably did stop updating again because I think what's happening is when the YouTube syncs up, it loses sync. So we'll do this. We'll do this. And we'll get that back up because the chat's fun. Alrighty. Alrighty, our chat should be working. Anyways, welcome everyone. Again, I apologize if I missed your chats. Again, my thing has lately been doing this lately. So okay, there we go. Anyways, hello and welcome everybody. So when we do a first look, I am really trying to look at three things. I'm trying to look at what is this game about? What do the mechanics of this game do? And do they support what the game is about? And if we use those mechanics to do what the game is about, does the game reward us? And is the reward in line and appropriate with the play pattern established by the previous two? Our two bonus questions coming to us from years of dedication and service are, does it mega game and does it heroic deed? Which is completely an insider thing, but long story short is basically, could we convert this into a KOLC mega game, community game, and or can we convert all of the advancement rules to the diegetic growth of heroic deeds by Garblag Games? All right. Now, this is called Chapter 1, Into the Vast Dark. So I don't know if that means it's a story game or whatever. But we do see that we've got one writer, one designer, short list of people who did it. I love that the interior art is just a handful of people. Apparently there's some soundtracks going on for this thing. Great. Now, this game, look, not short. You got 440 pages of content. Are we going to get through all of this? Probably not. But what do we got? We've got an introduction to Karum Station. Character creation rules take up about 20 pages. Then we get into the actual rules of the game. And you guys know me. I like there to be sort of a rules first, character creation later, but more of a layout thing than a real problem. But we've got an interesting set of rules. I'm curious to see these because, again, this is going to be a very different experience for us because it's trying to do something different. But we see things in here like stress, conditions, emotions, stealth. We got a whole subset of rules on stealth. Again, I'm getting mothership vibes for sure. Then, separately from the rules, we have playing the game. Everything from, and this is where I'm assuming we're going to get into, how to run this as a solo experience. From choosing a mission, going on an expedition, tracking time, your resources, all this other stuff. A lot of pages here, 80, 90 pages. Then we have a 40 pages of running the game, including Game Master emulation. So again, speaking to this game's innate design to be handled soloable. Rules for creating antagonists, I'm assuming bad guys and villains and the like. And then we have sort of an atlas in the form of giving us information about Karam Station, including looks like gear porn, weapon porn, armor porn, spaceship porn. And then lastly, it ends with 2 scenarios and then a glossary. All right, well, we're going to get into it. Now, tonight, if you want to support the channel, of course, the best way to do so is to join the Patreon. If you're not already a member of our wonderful, awesome Patreon, you can find a link below in the doobly-doo, patreon.com/Knights of Last Call. And even though we are not streaming over on Twitch, if you do go to twitch.tv/Knights of Last Call, you can support us for free if you're an Amazon Prime member. And even if you supported us in the past with this, it expires after 1 month. So you get a new support every month. Definitely worth checking out if you want to support us. Support somebody. You get it whether you use it or not. So I appreciate you over there. Hey, Haldred, supporting more sci-fi first looks. Any and all fantasy nerds weep at the glory of the cosmos. Great super chat, Haldred. Yeah, I will freely admit we do not cover much sci-fi here. I mean, we've covered Traveler, we've covered Star Trek, we've covered Scum and Villainy, but sci-fi is a very, very passionate sub-genre within the thing. Fantasy usually takes the cake, Fantasy now and cozy, right? But thank you, Haldred. And I was going to say, if you want to support this kind of stream directly, you can do that with the super chats, supporting our first looks, or you can head over to our Stream Elements tip page, which you can find a link for in the doobly-doo, or type !tip. The bot will send you a link. And that's to get our tip goal, which is Waves Creative, which is a virtual studio tool designer, is running a sale right now. And there's a bunch of really, really cool audio tools that I have wanted to buy for a while that are normally like, I mean, to be fair, you're stupid if you ever pay full price, but I mean, I guess you could, because they're going to put them on sale. It's just a question of which ones are going to go on sale. So technically, normally they're like $200 a piece, but right now they're like $35 to $50. And there's a couple that I have had my eye on for a while. So, throw some money to your boy. All right. Here we go. Welcome to Karam Station, a subsidiary of Drake Industries. And again, so strong mothership vibes, Coriolis vibes, and now I'm kind of getting Aliens vibes, right? With like Wayland Yutani and stuff like that. Hey, what's up, John? Is this crunchy or fluffy? I don't know. We will find out, John. We'll find out together. Let me go to the facing. Here we go. You are one of the few people selected each year who will become a limited partner in Karam Station Enterprises, a subsidiary of Drake Industries. Your first obligation is to sign the enclosed Memorandum of Agreement. You need not do this at once. You are encouraged to study the agreement and seek legal advice. However, until you sign, you will not be eligible to occupy corporation housing, dine at the corporation commissary, or participate in any corporate construction courses. Accommodations are available at the Karam Hotel and Restaurant for those who are here as visitors or do not wish to sign. As a limited partner, you no doubt understand what a privilege it is to be standing here. Karam Station, the marvel of the Arsadai. Oh man, we're digging into the microfiction early. From here, you will find and shape the future for all humanity. Okay, so we're on some sort of space station. It's owned by some sort of, soulless space corporation, led by the brilliant vision of Jonathan Fraser, CEO of Drake Enterprises Industries. So we've got Space Elon Musk, Space RPG Elon Musk. As a brave explorer, you will board an Arsaid ship and embark on a mission to enrich yourself and the rest of humanity. Who were the Arsaidi? As you probably know, there is little that we actually know about the Arsaidi. As a matter of fact, we don't even know what they called themselves. The word Arsaid, ancient in Scottish Gaelic, which would never actually be said, was chosen by our scientists as an homage to the Scottish ancestry of our founder. We haven't yet been able to decipher the language yet, so we're going to keep trying. Okay, so we've got the ancients, right? We've got an ancient spacefaring civilization. Sounds like we've got some space hulks out in space, full of this ancient tech, and we, at the behest of, soulless megacorp, are going to go explore these ships for tech. That's what I'm reading here. The layout is very, I will admit that hopefully the whole thing isn't on black. Okay, great. Because that was Star Trek did that, and that was really rough. But it's okay for their microfiction. Apparently, we are on a space station from those people. We do know that the Arseid may have been. I'm just going to call them the Ancients. Shout out Stargate. We do know that the Ancients must have been highly pragmatic. Newcomers to Karam Station are quick to notice that there are no ornaments or decorative elements, just plain forms and shape. Everything here is extremely functional. By the scale of things, we suspect they were 7 feet tall, roughly humanoid in shape. With the help of valued team members like yourself, we will slowly but surely unravel this cosmic mystery and answer the most important question: where did they go? Well, obviously, they ascended. Duh. All right. In order to meet the costs of maintaining Karam stations, all persons are required to pay a daily tax for air, temperature control, admin, and other services. If you are a guest, this cost is included in your bill. Okay. Thank you again for your collaboration. And once again, welcome to Karam Station. Right? So it has that sort of like veneer of politeness in like the sort of dystopian nature of being like, hey, by the way, we're going to nickel and dime and charge you for everything. Fantasy and sci-fi continue to share the unpronounceable name genre. Hey, what's up, Jace?
Alternate GM tip $25. Great to be catching a live stream. Currently reading through Death in Space. To run soon. This definitely has similar vibes, so very curious.
Absolutely. Very similar to Death in Space. For sure. By the way, this madman, who is out of New Zealand, is thinking of coming to NightCon. So, I'm not going to say I'm going to put pressure on you, but that would be awesome. All right. Here we go. Field guide to creating your deep diver. And again, it's written in a very like in universe way, right? You can see it's got like the draft release thing, and so it's written in a very kind of fun way. The numbers are done in this dot style. Looks like this is our character sheet. Let me go back to the single page really quick. All right, so we've got, hey, what's up, John? This book could be half the length and half the price if they drop all this cringe bullshit. Lol, feels very try-hard. So I think there's something to realize, John, which we've talked about this before, and I think that this is probably even more true with solo games, right? You aren't just providing a framework here. You are providing an experience. I talk about wanting to create 2 versions of any book I ever make, which people say is crazy. And I want to create one version that's very lightweight, super practical, very functional, right? The way they were talking about the ancients being in their ship design. Something that has probably little to no art other than maybe like an illustration that you might show the players or something like that, or informative layouts and schematics for the GM. And that's to be designed to use at the table during the session. But then I also appreciate the ability for a book to sort of bring you into the world, and something that, almost like a coffee table book, where it's got these lovingly, it's an experience unto itself. And I think RPGs sometimes struggle to sort of check both those boxes. But when it comes to a game, which is undoubtedly probably leaning into the solo game a bit, I think that having that sort of, component is really nice. Oh, we lost chat again. Jesus. What is going on here? There we go. All right, we're back. Origins Con in Columbus, Ohio. Yes, Haldred. That is where NightCon is going to be held. June 18th, June 17th. I should probably know that date more specifically. But yes, we're going to be doing NightCon Session 0. Now, I don't want to hype it up too much. Really, all we're doing is going to the convention, and a lot of night patrons have ended up going there, and so this year we have purchased our own room. Normally, this is done by companies, so that they can run, their own events and have their own space outside of it. We're just doing it so that we have a place where we can all game together and not be interrupted by anybody else from the convention. That's right. We're doing it to gatekeep. Let's be very clear here. So. All right. Well, to be fair, John is. I mean, think about it this way, John. It's like you're thinking of Fate. Okay. But think about a book like right. So John is thinking of this. But, think about something like this, John. Right? These Fate, these worlds of adventure, right? And when you open up one of these, it's like once upon a chip, the vast sea of information shone like no other, dripping with ones and zeros as it hissed against the shore. The data from the sea soon came together as forms. The forms grew into programs. Many programs have practical uses, like directing the flow of data. But the most noteworthy programs became part of vast game worlds. The worlds away from the Isles were fraught with danger, excitement, fame, and this many spinning, right? So, I mean, it's like if you took one of these and made it part of this. I mean, that is the thing about Fate, right? Fate is an extremely generic system. It's designed for basically anything, right? What's up, Cynical? Cynical says for how many extraneous products that are attached to every Kickstarter RPG nowadays, and that is true, they are. I don't understand how they charge even more to include a dedicated lightweight rules index reference as a standalone book. Yeah. John is just anti-predefined settings. Well, there you got it. So, John, to be very clear, no playing the One Ring for you, huh? Just to be clear. All right, so this is a character sheet. We're off to a lot of tangents today. We literally had a tangent stream, like because of the way that YouTube fucked us up. So we've got a name, we've got a level. Oh, I do like when they do this though with character sheets, when they have the little numbers that reference, where you need to go to learn about that. That's cool. So it looks like a one-page character sheet. Man. Why is this not working? Sorry, everybody. I don't know why my chat's being so obnoxious lately. Don't know why. All right. Maybe I have to find a new program for this overlay. If this thing keeps happening, it's been happening a lot lately. I don't know why it keeps losing sync. All right. Well, we're back. Sorry about that. Okay. Anyways, looks like we've got strength, dex, con, will, int, charisma. So, I'm going to be just completely obnoxious here, but like if you're going to do 5 out of the 6, just call the other one wisdom. But that's just me being very pedantic. No, this isn't even this isn't a stream elements thing. This is a separate app called Social Stream Ninja, but there is a new version of it, so I probably should maybe I need to update. So it could just be I'm out of sync with the issue here. Anyways, we've got a handful of skills, a box of talents. We've got stamina, trauma, and luck. We've got armor and rads. I'm definitely getting, traveler vibes there. Stress box, nervous tick, obsessions, negative traits, injuries, wounds, emotional state, hopeless, enraged, nervous, composed, calm, hopeful, pleased, emotional modifiers. So, okay, all right. So we got a bunch of stuff going on here. For starters, the emotional modifiers and emotional state thing looks very similar to something like, Masks or Avatar Legends or Thirsty Sword Lesbians, which is taken from Magpie, really, which is basically, this idea that you have these mental conditions that have a direct relationship to the mechanics. But the difference here is that we actually have positive mental states, not just thing. And it does exist, it seems like, on a spectrum, presumably. But, you could be calm and pleased. I guess it's more like we have positive ones and negative ones. There's not a huge long list of skills, which is fine with me. I'm a big fan of like 10 to 12 skills. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Perfect. 12 skills, 6 stats. There's a nice 4 stats, 12 skill, something, 3 stats, 12 skills, something like that, right? Something in that neighborhood. I mean, maybe you could go as high as 18, but I like shorter skill lists for sure. Again, I'm just guessing here. And then we've got the Christmas tree. We've got the character paper doll. Head, torso, waist, hands, backs, legs, feet. We've got a mannerisms worksheet. We've got our personality worksheet. And we have a bunch of stuff for our pockets and our backpack. Okay, so this is not a super lightweight, fluffy game. Yes, Dr. Aiden. Yes, multiples of 3, 4, 6. Those are exactly. Which is why 12 is so good, right? 12, obviously, it's divisible by 1. It's divisible by 2. It's divisible by 3. It's divisible by 4. It's divisible by 6. His other game, Rift Breakers, has like 30 skills. Yeah, not as much. 3 stats, 18 skills. I wonder what that's referencing. Anyway, could be nothing. All right, you start your career at level 1. That's a nice piece of that's a nice piece of spot art right there. D12 is undoubtedly the superior dice. In fact, I am at the point in my life now where I really only like, I mean, this is terrible to say, but it's true. I really only like the D12 and the D6. If a game, I mean, now that I say that, that's literally what the One Ring uses, but it's also what Legend of the Five Rings uses. Legend of the Five Rings, you have D12, you have D12 skill die, and you have D6 ring dice. But I love D6s and I love D12s, and I think that's a great. The dice, they feel different from each other. They look different from each other, right? The one is very flat and geometric, and the other one is kind of rolly and boxy. The D12 gives you that kind of feeling of the D20, but anyways, it's pretty good. Anyways, yes, it always comes back to Legend of the Five Rings, or now the One Ring, right? I think the One Ring has sort of taken my Derek Heartbreaker, feeling of Legend of the Five Rings. But anyways, all right, sorry, we're way off. We are so off the reservation today. It's okay. Hey, it's good, actually. I mean, not that it matters because it doesn't actually matter, but because my roommate, I dropped her off at the airport today. So she's going to be out of town. She's visiting her boyfriend in Phoenix. So she's going to be gone for like 3 weeks. So I'm home. I'm home alone. Not that it really matters. If anything, actually, it means it's more inconvenient for me because it means, like normally during a stream, if my dogs really need to go to the bathroom, she'll let them out. But now I would have to do that. But anyways, all I'm trying to say is like, it feels like I'm kind of like, oh, like I've got the house to myself. I can do whatever I want. Not that that means anything. Anyways, we have attributes: strengths, dex, con, will. Can I, this is not a critique of this game, but I have a bone to pick with dexterity. Okay. Dexterity really needs to be 2 stats, and it needs to be dexterity and agility, and they need to be different things. Because dexterity, like how good you are at lockpicks and using your hands, really has nothing to do with how nimble your character is. And and quite frankly, I don't even know that either of these things, right, which is to say how agile you are or how good you are at lockpicking, has anything to do with how well you can shoot a gun or a bow either. So, I am a big fan, Zipperfist, of how how Daggerheart does agility and finesse. In fact, I like calling it finesse and agility rather than using the term dexterity, because number one, I think dexterity has become a loaded term. And so when you call something finesse, I think it really highlights that it's about, that sort of, your ability to be, small and attentive. But yeah, anyways. I'm not Beowulf, right? Beowulf wants 35 stats and 175 skills or something like that. All right, so here's our con. Yeah, whatever. Will is our mental strength and ego. Normally we'd call it wisdom. To be fair, to be 100% fair, wisdom is a terrible stat name. Gary Gygax picked wisdom, and I think it's a terrible stat name. So, I think it should be called will. We even have. I actually like will way more than wisdom. I'm just saying it is confusing because we have these 6 things, and of course, those of us who played during the 3rd edition era, it's like, oh, you had the will save, But I'm also not a big fan of charisma. But anyways. Okay, we set each to 8. We then distribute 12 to them to a max of 18. There you go. So D&D range, right? Except we all start at 8. I don't know exactly what these mean yet, but whatever. Yeah, I guess Daggerheart's presence is pretty good. Daggerheart did a great job with their stats. I'll say that. Right. I even enjoy knowledge instead of intelligence. I think there's a difference between intelligence and knowledge, and I like that it's called knowledge. Anyways, secondary attributes. During gameplay, attributes are used to complete attribute checks. To pass an attribute check, roll a d20 and add the value. If it's equal to or higher than 20, you have succeeded. Now, what's interesting about this? Does anybody? Well, this is always me testing you guys to see. Like, I want to see if I'm doing a good job. Okay, this should immediately trigger something as being. It's not the same rule, but it could be the same rule. And then there's a question of why isn't it the same rule? Okay, and I'll give you a hint. We've already mentioned it several times. So this is where I need Jeopardy music on my soundboard. Do 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 do. Yes, sort of, not quite. Do 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 boom boom. Okay, so in the One Ring. What you do is you have static TNs that are 20, and then you have an attribute, and you subtract your attribute from 20 to get your personal DC for that attribute, which means you're just rolling the dice and you need to beat your own TN. Now, effectively, it is the same as if every attribute had a DC of 20 and you were rolling your dice, adding your attribute and trying to get 20 or greater. But instead, the game says, well, your attributes don't change that often. Why not just subtract your attribute from 20 and just create your personal DC, right? So another way to think of it is, since everything's 20, if our strength was 10 or our strength was 12, we could write down D20 plus 12 greater than or equal to 20, which is what this game's doing. Or you could have 20 minus 12 and know that your strength TN was 8. And then you're just rolling a D20 straight up and just looking to see if the D20 is 8 or higher. Now, functionally, those do exactly the same thing. But it's interesting to kind of understand which one sounds better, which one plays better, which one makes more sense to more people. Right, but we're not trying to roll low. That's the key. We're not trying to roll low. We're still trying to roll high. We're not trying to roll under. We're trying to roll over. We're still wanting to roll high. So again, it's a TN is a test number, John. A DC. Correct. But you can also change. I mean, you can still do that. In fact, the One Ring does that. I actually point out that I don't like when you're like everything is 20 and then you start changing it. I do get kind of irritated with that sometimes. But we'll see. We're going off on tangents here. Secondary attributes. Okay. Luck. Sometimes, no matter how things seem to be going, fate interferes and changes everything. A character may spend 1 luck to reroll any damage roll or any failed check, or spend all of your luck to completely negate 1 killing blow. You start with 3 luck in the beginning of the game, and you recover 1 to a maximum of 5 at the end of each game session. Okay, so you have to cash it all in order to by the way, this is the classic, Pathfinder 2 thing, which is don't let your luck get too high, because if you have to cash it all in, you'll feel bad, right? So it's better to keep your luck low. So if you do have to cash it all in, you don't feel bad. Zetram, thank you for the tip.
Zetram tipped $10. Shout out to the Age system with its 9 attributes and near double-digit skills in each one.
Yes, so shout out to Age with its infinite long list. Zetram, not my favorite. Not my favorite system. Although it was kind of cool, but it was not my favorite system. You should never, and right, Copper. So right, there's a couple of, it's the key, by the way, if you haven't figured it out. The way that you never die in Pathfinder 2 is really simple. Spend your hero points, but never spend your last one. Why boo on rerolls? Okay, so the reason we don't like rerolls generally, I mean, they're not necessarily bad, but you have to understand what it's going to feel like. You're like, hey, I'm going to spend my luck, so I want to get lucky. And then you reroll, and you roll worse. And the funny thing is, you end up feeling worse than if you had just taken the damage, because not only did you get worse results, but you're also now down one of these really important meta currencies. And so it's a weird resource, because while it does help you, it has this weird effect where sometimes it can end up making you feel worse than if you hadn't had it at all. Now, Kaz is also pointing out, and by the way, you have the receipts on this, right? You don't like rerolls. Derek doesn't like rerolls because he's failed like every single reroll ever. My other problem with rerolls, not to say that this is a terrible thing, but again, I'm being very pedantic here, and it is luck. So there's something to be said about it being luck. But like, it can slow the game down, but also it's kind of like, well, is this die roll important or not, you know? You know what I mean? Like, it's kind of like a weird, like, when you can just re-roll something, it sort of suddenly can make the game feel like the dice rolls are less important, but it's luck. So, I mean, there's an element to this, you know? Stamina. A character can only do so much each round. Stamina points are spent to take combat actions with different costs for different actions. Okay. Stamina fully regenerates at the beginning of each round. Player characters start with 10 stamina points. Okay. So interesting. All right. So it sounds like you have this limited resource for what you can do during combat. Now, I wonder how this is going to play out differently than just you get 3 actions a turn, you know? Stress. Many situations will cause you to gain stress. Characters begin with 0. Well, at least there's that. There's only so much punishment you can take before you die. Wounds are fully explained, but most characters suffer 3 wounds and then they are die. Right. So keep the better roll is usually a nice little option there as well. Well, because it's a meta resource, right, John? Like, how do we represent that your character is lucky? Right? Like in a game. Right? How do you represent that someone is lucky? Yeah, I mean, I personally have a lot of different thoughts on how you should represent and do luck. We looked at a game. We've looked at so many. We looked at a game the other day, and I remember thinking that I really liked the way that one game did luck. I just don't remember what game it was, but it might have been Temeraire. There was a lot going on in that. I just hated the setting. But again, it's technically the Adena game system, right? So I'm kind of curious to see what else they could do with that system. But I thought that system had something with the luck. Maybe it was something like that I thought was kind of interesting. Anyways. Skills range from 0 to 15, representing prowess in a field. To pass a skill check, roll a d20 and add the skill's value. If you get 20 or higher, you've succeeded. Distribute 70 points among the following skills, spending no more than 10 on any skill. Ancient technology starts at -5. Yes, luck. This is one of the few mechanics I really like from Call of Cthulhu. And the reason I like it from Call of Cthulhu is because I love the idea that luck is a check that you can make. That the GM might use to say, like, did you get lucky or not? And they can test it against your character's luck. And that literally, as you spend it, that stat is going down. And so thus your character is quite literally becoming less lucky, which is awesome. Right. I think that's kind of a misnomer. I'm pretty sure in Call of Cthulhu, you can recover luck. It's most characters don't probably live long enough for it to really happen. So, anyways, we got close combat, manipulation, medical aid. Once per area. Again, we can see the very procedural gamist language because this is a solo game. After resolving all challenges, pass a medical aid check outside of combat to remove 1 wound from your character. Doing this advances the time track by 1 and consumes 1 medical supplies. You think luck as a stat is ridiculous. Interesting. So, like, do you not like intelligence or strength as a stat? Because you said that characters that succeed more than others are more lucky. Okay, but like characters that succeed on lifting things more than other ones are just stronger, right? But we have a strength stat to affect the outcome and the chance of that. Pilot, ranged combat, resolve. Anytime you would regain any amount of stress, you may roll a resolve check to reduce the amount to 1. So this is a great mechanic. I like that it doesn't completely ignore it. In this game, it appears is just a meta currency. In Call of Cthulhu, it's a stat. But I like that it reduces it to 1. It doesn't reduce it to 0. It reduces it to 1. So you're always gaining stress when you're in a stressful situation. It's just a question of do you take a lot or 1. I think that's a cool way to reflect that. I like that mechanic a lot, actually. Science, stealth. Note, this game does apparently have stealth. Technology, survival, and the like. Talents. These are our feats. Characters must adapt. Talents are the unique skills and abilities that you learn while exploring the dark, ominous ruins left by the ancients. PCs are only human. No talent enters the realm of superhuman. You have 5 talent slots. Every time you gain a level, you roll on the talent table. If a character with 5 talents learns a new one, they must discard an existing talent to equip it. Unequipped talents are lost, but might be regained if the character rolls that talent again later. You cannot equip multiples of the same talent, re-roll duplicates. So I learned how to drive better, so I forgot how to shoot my gun. But again, it's fairly gamist. I will have to see what like the level range is for this game, but it's interesting that you learn it. This part does seem deedable, but it says each time they roll. I mean, it said, I don't know if you get a choice. I think you have to, Wes. I think you have to. Doesn't seem like you have much of a choice. It's single player. This is a solo RPG. It has rules for you to be able to play it as a collab or a GM-less game, or even as a normal game, but I think it's primarily built around, solo play. When creating, you're level 1, so you have 1 talent. They recommend the following starting talents, but you don't pick, you roll. So, but maybe you get to peek. Well, we'll see what happens on page 30. Okay, so remember, your character has 10 stamina. And it sounds like we regain it. I don't know if we regain it every round or whatever the deal is, but we can see here that like aiming takes 10 stamina, but you deal double damage on your next attack. Each time you gain stress, you gain 1 less. Again, minimum of 1. Breath control. You can make each oxygen pellet last 2 time track resets. Well, cleave. I mean, these are very feat sounding, right? Coup de grace. Gain plus D8 damage against knockdown enemies. Duck. For 3 stamina, shout a warning to an ally, granting them. Now, so this implies that you're not going to want to spend, maybe depending on what other abilities we get, that it gets kind of like right, like nimble, where you may want to save your stamina, or for not use it all on your turn and keep some actions around to get it. I'm curious. This is a poll. Correct. Well, Jonka, that's not a Black Oath thing. This is why I always say that I think character creation rules should come after the rules. Right? They're telling you to build a character and you don't know what any of the rules mean or how the game works. So I'm a big believer that 90% of role-playing games are laid out very badly because of that. At the very least, they should give you like a 4 or 5 or 6 page primer that sort of lets you in on like, hey, here's how basically how things work. We'll get into the more specific details later on, but here's how you need to know about that. So one of the classics, and I think they've gotten better on this, but like board games, we used to use this term that we would call teaching the game backwards. And the reason why we would say teaching the game backwards with board games is because usually the last page of the board game manual will tell you like how you win and how you get victory points and like what you're actually trying to do. And so as you're listening to the rules, right? Like, someone's explaining the rules to you and you're like, you can move here to get wheat and you can use the wheat to do this. And you're like, why would I do any of this? I don't have any context. But then at the end of the game, when they're like, oh, you can convert wheat into bread points and bread points are worth victory points or whatever. You're like, oh, okay, I get what I'm trying to do here. Now I understand why these mechanics make sense. So anyways, this is telling us all this stuff and we don't know anything here. Background, we roll a D10. First, roll or pick the classic, or come up with your own. Then roll a life-changing event and roll to see how you ended up on the station. So this just gives you a bonus to one of your skills. Hedge fund kid. And then life-changing event, roll a D20. And that's, again, this appears to be more fluffy. How did you earn your place to go to the station? Drive. Pick a main drive for your deep diver. This is the reason why they risk their life in the void. This is something very personal that most characters rarely share with others. Power, fame, wealth, wander's lust. Knowledge, information, espionage, somewhere to belong, nothing can stop you, adrenaline junkie. Some list of stuff here that mannerisms, when you are feeling confident, when you're feeling shy, when you're feeling bored. Again, pick one from each category. Interestingly, how they're like, or make up your own, but technically here they're like, no, you don't get to pick. Alex, who is that the author? Alex? Nervous tick. There we go. Final details. You start with Drake coins to reflect your money. Give your character a name, a gender, an age, a nationality, anything else you wish. Height, weight, skin color, the likes. As you venture into the void and recover valuable pieces of technology or knowledge, you will gain deep diver progress. Only by successfully delivering valuables to the Karam Spaces Agency will you earn experience points. Yeah, this feels very Dogecoin-ish for sure. So you got to get stuff, right? You got to get something valuable. Knowledge, tech, right? So it's old school in that way, right? Every time a diver or an entire crew submits 1,000 DC, that's Drake coins, invaluables to the Karam station. Now, this is again this is me being very pedantic, but I live in a world where I assume that like 99% of people play or have played D&D and that there are certain words and terms that mean something to them. I would never use the phrase or the abbreviation DC for anything unless it was difficulty class, right? Like, I think that's just silly. It's just going to be, it's unneeded. Like, it's one thing to, we talk a lot about resonance, right? Mark Rosewater talks about resonance, right? Taking advantage of what other people know in the real world. Like in Magic the Gathering, when I say that a creature has flying, I don't have to, there are rules text to that, but you could probably guess what that creature can do, and you wouldn't be too far off because we understand what flying means, right? Whereas when I say a creature has prowess in Magic the Gathering, that might not make as much sense because it doesn't rely on it as closely. Well, people play role-playing games, and so role-playing games have this internal resonance. And one of those internal resonances is D&D is king. And I just think that we should be more mindful and careful of using terms like DC. Yeah, exactly. It does. Yeah, that tasty. That would be totally sufficient, right? Just a 1 page, 2 pages. What do the PCs do? Here's how the basic system works. What's the basic overview of the game? And then we can get into the details and the specifics of it. But I think that is definitely my preferred way of doing it for sure. Every time you get 1,000 XP, you increase your level by 1. When your level increases, you get 1 roll on the talent table. On even levels, you get a skill point, and every 3 levels, you get an attribute point. Oh shit, level 6 is going to be hot. All right. Here are the rules. So we can figure out what all that meant. But overall, I mean, it seems like you can make a character pretty dang quick, right? I mean, obviously there's probably pedantic, like, oh, how many do I want to put 1 point in strength or 3 points in strength? But like realistically, it seems like you could just do it pretty quickly. I mean, they didn't talk about, I guess you have to buy gear. Yeah. Gear can always take a lot of time. Gear takes an inordinate amount of time, actually. All right. Across 1,000 Dead Worlds is a game of risk-taking. What's interesting, okay, I could be completely wrong, but the game sounds like we go into ancient ships, right? Like we go into ships or space stations from these ancient people. So I wonder why it's called Across 1,000 Dead Worlds. Anyways, is a game of risk-taking, constant dread, a dash of boredom coupled with stress, sheer violence, bright moments, casual brutality. It is a game for exploring the insignificance of humanity, how its greed, wants, and desires come to bear in the face of a cold, unknowable universe. To play, all you need is a complete set of polyhedral dice, a copy of the character sheet shown at the back of the book, and a pencil. With those in hand, you can gather a group of friends, one of whom will take the role of Game Master, or you can go completely alone. All right. This chapter describes all the core mechanics and gameplay options of Across 1,000 Dead Worlds. You will learn how to perform checks and rolls and attack, how to use your character's skill, how stress affects them, and much more. With these rules in mind, and after gearing up in Chapter 7, you will be ready to start exploring the universe. You don't need to memorize everything here. You can always come back later. Right. 5th level mage casts a 3rd level spell to go down to level 3 so that you can go up to level 4. Wait, you want to go down a level? Right, so that I can go up a level. Why do you want to go up level? So I get a new spell level, Level. What are you doing? A spell level. I don't need to know how to spell level. Of course you don't know how to spell level. You're a fighter, not a wizard. What are we talking about? Yes. I think at this point, John, I think we all pretty much are agreeing with that, which is to lay out, you know, and for me, right? I want to answer the big 3. What is this game about? What are the mechanics that it uses in order to accomplish those goals? And what is the progression system or reward system for doing those things? If you do all those things together, right, we get something together. Yes, Lollipop. That was from Order of the Stick. Yeah, art's been great. Layout's cool. I like the design. It's got a really good, fun aesthetic. It's kind of got like an 80s synth horror sci-fi vibe with a little bit of splashes of color. Like it's mostly black and white, right? But there's kind of like these splashes of color here and there, which is neat. So it looks almost monotonic, but there's like these splashes of color which make it work really well. All right. Whenever you're basically being challenged to a specific attribute, you make a D20 roll. And again, it's always DC 20. Believe it or not, the One Ring works the same way. It's just the One Ring has you your attribute is small, and what's big is the DC. It's just 20 minus your check. Skill checks. It's basically the same thing, but basically, my guess is if an appropriate skill is appropriate, you will roll that. Adding and subtracting any situational modifiers, again, 20 or more. This game's skill list is not exhaustive. When a character inevitably attempts an action not covered in the skill list, simply use the most appropriate attribute. For example, if a character needs to run very fast while jumping over obstacles, they would use Dex. Okay, I'm going to stop here. I'm going to do a poll. We haven't done a poll yet tonight, so I'm going to do a poll. Where's my poll? Gotta find my poll. All right, here we go. All right. Which do you prefer? All right. And the poll is up. All right, which do you prefer? Only skill checks plus attribute ability checks, or only attribute checks, no skills. And when I say only skill checks, your character may still have attributes like strength, dex, con. Like Pathfinder 2 is kind of like this, right? Where you still have strength and dex and con and int and wisdom and all that other stuff, but it always is used to affect a skill, and everything is a skill. I think, John, I think in general, I think the bar has been raised really, really, really high, you know? So an example of only attribute checks might be, for example, Daggerheart, right? Which doesn't have a formal skill situation. Or 13th Age, right? Which doesn't have a formal skill system. Fabula Ultima doesn't have a skill system. You're just making attribute checks. Your preferences are in line with Sir Mix-a-Lot. You like Baby Got Back? So Platinus says, my issue with number 2 is when the DC for skill checks is incomparable to the DC for attribute checks, which is often the case, right, Platinus? Because the skill check is assuming, most of the time, is assuming that you're getting skill ranks plus skill, plus your attributes. So it's a much higher DC, right? It's an interesting situation. I don't actually know what my answer is. It's tough. And you can see we've actually got a nice little distribution here from chat. So I'll let you guys keep answering that if you haven't done it yet, and we'll keep going on. All right. Use common sense and don't let doubt slow you down. Character can help another character do so. You get a +2 bonus. Okay. Note, it's only a skill check, and it can't be in combat. It's interesting. So you can't assist somebody on an attribute check, but you can assist somebody on a skill check. Interesting. If we're in direct competition with a PC or NPC, it's an opposed check. We roll, and we add our bonus, and whoever gets the higher result wins. And if there's a tie, we re-roll. Some situations give you advantage or disadvantage, and guess what? It's advantage or disadvantage. We roll 2d20, we take lower or higher. We all know that. We all know that mechanic by now. Good old difficulty. Sometimes an action's circumstances will make success easier or more difficult. Thus, there are modifiers to your roll. If you're unsure, you could also roll it randomly, because fuck it, we ball. Yes, right, Janka. Now he starts using familiar language. It's will, not wisdom. And DC means Drake coins, but you know advantage and disadvantage, right? So plus 15 to minus 15. Big range. If you roll a nat 1, it is considered a critical failure. If you roll a nat 20, it is considered a critical success. In combat, specific effects occur. Otherwise, you get the worst result or the best result. For most checks, we have success levels. Like combat rolls and tracking checks, it's enough to know whether you succeeded or failed. However, for some checks, especially social manipulation, it is useful to know how well you succeeded. Measuring degrees of success is straightforward. Compare your check total with the table below, and then you or your GM, if you're using one, interpret the results. Some tasks may require greater than normal success level. These occasions will be pointed out clearly in the rules. Now, of course, remember, everything that we've seen so far is DC 20. So it looks like if you beat it by increments of interesting. So I'm going to be really, really pedantic about something here. This is 6 numbers, and that's 5. That's weird. This should just be 30. Like, I mean, it should just be 20, 25, 30, 35. Like, right? Am I crazy? Like 465, very normal. I don't yeah, like it's like it's very weird to me. Why would we do this? Why have you done this? Oh my god, I can't believe you. Why have you done this? I would never remember this ever. I would go to, oh, right, 20 is the DC. Cool. Oh, you got 25. Oh, that makes total sense. You didn't get a normal result. You got a great result. Oh, you got 30. That's an impressive result. Oh shit, you got 35. You got an incredible result. Oh shit, you got 40. I refuse to believe that. Lollipop. And you know what? And if that is your reason for math, I would just change it. No. This isn't Crane design. Yeah, okay. I said I didn't see the /S, Wes. I didn't see the /S. So I'm just being very picky here, but like, no, not there. I don't accept your reasoning. I refuse your reality and substitute my own. I reject your reality and substitute my own. All right, in my version of Across 1,000 Dead Worlds, it is 20, 25, 30, 35. Yes, most it is a handful of percentages, correct. Now, I'm going to say something here that by the way, interesting about that poll is that we definitely have, had an interesting spread of things here. I'm going to say something here that I think is a little, I don't know if it's controversial, right? But like it says here that an action can be difficult, which can give you a penalty or a bonus to your roll. But then we also have advantage and disadvantage. And then we have success levels, which say some tasks require a greater than normal success level. Which means that some tasks you don't succeed at normal, you succeed at great. Why do we have 3 systems that all do the same basically thing? And as a GM or as a player, how would you ever know or feel comfortable with what I'm supposed to be using in this situation? It seems excessive. But more than that, this is a problem I have with 5e sometimes, where it's like, oh, you're really good at hitting somebody, you gain advantage. But then it'll be like, oh, it's difficult to hit them, you have disadvantage. Oh, it's difficult to hit them because they're behind cover, they get a bonus to their armor class. And like I've always felt like that was very bad. Yeah, so it's weird that something can be great but not impressive. Right. But more importantly than that, it's just like I it's kind of an interesting concept. Like for me, when I think about third edition, it's not perfect by the way, but third edition there was something called the GM's best friend. And the GM's best friend was to give a player +2 or -2 as a bonus to their roll to represent specific things that were affecting them and them only. And then optionally to give the DC +2 or -2 based on the inherent difficulty of that task. So in other words, if a wall was wet and slick with rain or snow or ice, you might increase the DC to climb it by 2 because that is more difficult for everyone. But if a player, a PC, is, say, exhausted or tired or being shot at by goblin arrows, you might give them a -2 to their roll because it's more reflecting their individual situation, not the inherent difficulty of climbing that object. And, between those two rules, basically, I felt like most of the time you could cover pretty much 99% of situations that you'd ever come across. And, +2 on a D20 is enough to feel meaningful without making it completely pointless. One of the disadvantages, pun intended, of advantage and disadvantage is it is an exceptionally big bonus and it is an exceptionally big penalty. Furthermore, the problem with advantage is advantage helps you more the better you are at something, right? In a weird way. Like if you're very bad at something and you get advantage, you're still very bad at it. Like, yes, percentage wise, you might get a bigger increase, but your actual chances of success don't really meaningfully change that incredibly. It's a weird mechanic, right? Like if you succeed already on an 18, getting advantage, doesn't really help you that much. It's a very weird situation. And so it's because of the nature of it, right? But anyways, it's a weird mechanic. It's also weird because the game really seems to sort of stress that like the DC is flat. Right? It's like it's against DC 20. It's against DC 20. It's against DC 20. But it's like, but then here are all these modifiers basically to DC 20, right? Like it's kind of it's a little strange. Again, this is not new to this game. This is a lot of games. This is me being Derek. Tracking gear. You get a bag. Write down the object you're carrying in your slots. Technically, humans can wear 2 shirts, but this is not allowed because a character only benefits from the effects of a specific gear if they're wearing it. All characters carry a backpack which can hold a total of 15 GS, which they did not explain, but I'm assuming is a gear slot. Oh, now they explain it. All items take up the number of gear slots noted in their descriptions. Now, this is, to me, this is just editing 101. I'm being super pedantic, I know. Just swip these, right? Just switch, make this one first and that one second. There, done. Only light items fit in pockets. 10 light items is 1 backpack slot. And a gear slot is only counted when carried, not worn. There you go. So armor doesn't take anything when you're wearing it, but it does take up 0 or 3 in your bag, but 0 in your slots. I like slot-based systems. They're becoming more and more popular. I like Torchbearer, of course. You watch the receipts. It's great. It's a wonderful game. More games are using it. Mouse Ritter uses it. Crows is going to use it. Very much inspired by Mouse Ritter and the like. Hands. We got hands. Pockets. We got pockets. Combat. You will undoubtedly be assaulted by terrible creatures. Newcomers zealously protecting their treasures and ancient guardians of left behind relics. Most of these are violent encounters. Are incomprehensible visions from hell turned real and loosed upon the galaxy. These creatures will not be open to dialogue, to say the least. Your only option is to fight for your life. All right, well, we're not, you know, we're setting a tone here, right? But, you know, basically it's like, think aliens, right? We're not here to negotiate with the aliens from the Aliens franchise, right? The xenomorphs, right? We want these to be scary and horrible, right? In many ways, by the way, Derek takes a quick little repartee. In many ways, the existence of like the xenomorph alien in some ways is supposed to kind of, I think, bring up some of that horror and terror that originally existed in D&D from undead. And I think that's something that unfortunately has been just woefully destroyed in the modern fantasy RPG, because undead used to be truly terrifying. Not only, as we've discussed many times, were they immune to morale, they did not flee because they were unliving and uncaring, and they had this burning hatred of life, so they would never not attack, right? Their reaction was always attacking. But also undead were possessed of some of the most horrific and, quite frankly, unfair abilities in the game, from things like requiring, you know, being incorporeal, which now we kind of just pass off as being whatever, but like in the original game, it was like, what? I can't even hit this thing? I need a magic weapon just to be able to hit it. In the original D&D, you couldn't even attack an incorporeal creature unless you had a thing. But level drain, right? And level drain was just such a unfair situation. Even for original D&D, level drain seems cold, callous, and uncaring. Anyways, so I actually kind of like this, right? Oh yeah. Ghosts magically aged you, for sure. You know, or they drained your ability scores, right? They would permanently sap your strength or your constitution. That shit was great, scary. You know. Hashtag when undead used to be cool. Every detail of combat is important, so what follows is a quick summary of each stage of combat. Okay. Stealth. If a PC is being stealthy, follow the rules about stealth. They might gain advantage or avoid a combat altogether. Encounter reaction. Almost everything the PCs encounter during their travels will attack on sight, but there is always a chance, however small, that they get lucky. Roll a d10. On a 1 to 8, the creature attacks. On a 9 to 10, the creature ignores the party and leaves the area. Okay, so we didn't go full undead, where it would always attack. But still, 80% attack rate's pretty high. All right. Take a blank combat grid or pre-existing battle mat. Okay, so this is a grid-based game. Randomly place cover or identify the pre-existing map's cover. Determine your position. Call for initiative rolls and begin the combat. Agreed, Wes. To be fair, this is the rules, but like, why didn't we just do this first? Anyways. Combat sequence. PCs and any other fully fleshed out team members spend stamina to attack and take other actions during their turn. Meanwhile, enemies follow their combat behavior pattern. Ooh, okay, not gonna lie, full transparency. I don't want to GM my monsters anymore. Okay, now I'm not saying I want to go full like Gloomhaven, where they have like literally a procedural script, but I'm also not saying that. Like, I enjoy not having to make decisions as a GM, especially when it comes to like monsters. I don't know. I we'll see. But like when I first started playing Forbidden Lands and it had the random monster roll to see what kind of attack it made each turn, I found that very liberating and a lot of fun for me. But mostly fun, right? I think Nimble, right? I think the big bosses in Nimbles, I think they follow like attack routines or whatever like that. And then in Fabula Ultima, I know that more and more and more of the bosses and stuff like that has like you know, sort of things. I could be, yeah, I could get behind that. Beowulf, you know, monsters being random rolls, NPCs having a bit more control. I think that's a, you know, that's a sweet spot, right? Yeah, Dragonbane, by the way, uses the exact same monster rules as Forbidden Lands. FYI. Yeah. I know this sounds terrible, but I'm just kind of sick and tired of deciding. I cannot help that it is just you know, full of bias. And by the way, it depends on what the game is about, right? If the game is about creating cool narrative fun moments, then yeah, okay, I'm fine being in charge, because my job as a GM isn't to necessarily challenge the PCs, it's to set them up to look cool, right? And so like I'm going to do stuff that's going to, you know, again, I'm going to follow my principles, my agenda, and part of my agenda is being a fan of the PCs, right? So I'm going to give players their cool moments, and I mean, it's a very different type of game, say PBTA or you know, Daggerheart, which I see somebody mentioned in chat. But when I'm playing a game where it's like, these things are here to kill you, I kind of want to be a little bit removed, you know, from that and decision, somewhat. Because I don't want it to be like, who's better at the tactical miniature game, Derek or the players? And then there's this whole like, well, you could role play the monster. Yeah, but I think that's kind of bullshit. I think it is kind of bullshit, personally. Anyways, PCs spend stamina to attack and take other actions during their turn. Meanwhile, enemies follow their combat behavior pattern, and simplified team members make one attack per round. Okay, so you can have like basically basic NPCs or complex NPCs. And again, that sounds pretty good to me. All combatants can move once during the round, during their turn. Cool. The goal of combat is to deal enough damage to bypass the target's con. Unless you're using lingering damage, damage only measures if the attack knocks down or wounds the enemy. Interesting. Interesting. Okay. So it sounds like your constitution is like a threshold, and we only care if it wounds you or knocks you down. Interesting. When PCs receive wounds, they must roll on the injuries table. Okay. Most PCs can only suffer a maximum of 3 before dying. So it sounds like, okay, whenever you get a wound, you roll on the injuries table. But if you ever get 3 wounds, you're out. When an enemy receives a wound, they get closer to being defeated. But if they recover from being knocked down, they roll a special recovery status. Okay, so is knocked down like dying, or is it like literally just knocked down? Interesting. Combat takes place in a hexagonal combat grid. What the?
I am strong, strong, strong.
We use miniatures and tokens and fun toys to help players clearly visualize the action round after round. If your group wants the alternative to use the combat grid, page 80 runs advice on running zone-based combat, which requires no physical aids. Hexagons are indeed the bestigons. Yes, Kingdom Death Monster uses things like that. Wilderfeast even has some rules like that, John, where the monster, the target is procedurally generated. Like the GM still gets to decide what attack the monster uses, but it is the target is decided. You know, Derek, I like PBTA Dungeon World does a great job with that, with the monsters, where it has like 2-3 instincts. You know, and I like playing that. And instead of like playing the monsters, like, because here's the thing, like I'm going off on a whole tangent. I'll avoid it. We're in the first look. Okay. In case you don't know what a grid looks like, here is what a combat grid sheet looks like. Very cool. Cover. Whether you're calculating line of sight or taking shelter, cover is an important factor in combat. Ranged combats have a -2 to hit behind partial cover, -5 against full cover. When playing with a group, the GM can place any cover they want or none at all. When playing GM-less, which I'm going to assume we are or you are, there are 2 options. Place 3 pieces of cover. The largest covers 3 hexes and offers partial cover. The next crosses 2 and is full, and the last covers 1 and has full. By the way, just generically, this is like great advice as a GM for like building an interesting terrain or interesting encounter. Alternatively, roll on the random cover chart and use a full hex for full and a slash partial line for partial. Cool. Ooh, look at 6. Spicy. Ooh. I think my favorite. Ooh, we got more. Oh, you get more cover as you roll higher. Is it a full D20? Wow, they give you D20 setups. That's pretty cool that they give you 20 setups. Very neat. Very cool. This is a great resource. Just full out. And it's simple and it's basic, and you can easily see how this would really change depending on, we got to get into the game's mechanics about it, but yeah, I'm a big fan of this. So, side note. Okay. So, number 1, most people's combats suck. So if you take anything from this, I see that Jams is taking notes. Great job, Jams. Take notes, because most people nowadays, we have become horrible because most people now use like really beautiful terrain maps, or they use the maps from like the books, the APs. And most of those maps suck because the maps are designed to look good. They're not designed to work. If you've ever played Gloomhaven, you know what those rooms look like, and they're very, very different. They're designed to create an interesting tactical environment. In other words, another way to say this is, right, don't pee on my leg and tell me it's raining. Why are you playing a tactical combat game and then playing on essentially a, 30 by 50 empty room? It doesn't make any sense to me. You need those terrain elements. Now, we've talked about a lot of this when we talked about our 4th edition combat design, and I think a lot of people undersell their games. I think you are underselling your Pathfinder 2 game. That's probably the game that most people that are watching this play that is fairly tactical, but, draw steel is obviously really, important and all this other stuff. There's just not enough stuff. Now, I think Draw Steel is doing a good job of making people put stuff in there, because Draw Steel has so many different ways to interact with, cover and walls and all the other stuff. But generally speaking, 9 times out of 10, I think people's battlefields are way too small, way too small, and way too empty. There needs to be a lot of, of clutter and all this other stuff. Like it needs to be, especially if a game is to have any sort of shooting. Now, I will freely admit that cover isn't as important in a melee-focused game, but I think then terrain, or I should say, like difficult terrain movement, hampering things is, and I think it's tremendously important, and I think a lot of people don't do a good job at that. Secondly, this is more of like a random thing, but one of the things. I don't even know where all my games are these days. Okay. One of the things that I really liked about this game, okay, is that armor is DR, right? So if you take damage and you're wearing full plate, you roll, your armor lets you roll armor dice. And for each 6 that you roll, you take 1 less point of damage, right? Very cool. What I love about this game is that cover gives you armor dice. So it's not that cover makes you harder to hit, which kind of obviously makes sense, But one of the problems I have with cover as a modifier, this is just a completely separate tangent or rant, and this is just a problem I have with armor class in general, is armor is very weird because it doesn't do anything when you get hit. I know that sounds obvious, but it's something I have a problem with, which is like it can feel like, am I behind cover or am I just standing in the open? Because I got hit either way. Does that make sense? I know it sounds like that might sound very illogical to say that, but it's just a general problem I have with cover, which is how and armor works the same way, you know? It's just one of those things that I think is really weird, the way that games handle cover. Like, I understand that we think of it functionally as, okay, this makes it more difficult for me to be hit, but if I am hit, you know, then I'm fully hit, you know? Anyways. Let's see, I'm catching up here. Correct. I think colored hexes is totally fine. And this is more than this is totally acceptable. Correct. So many maps are beautiful, but they are just wide open kill zones. Correct. Nowhere near enough complication. What's up, Lugs? My copy of Blades in the Dark got in today. God damn it, you were right about this game. You know what, Lugs? I'm so proud of you. I'm so proud of you, man. I'm assuming you're a man, but I'm so proud of you, person, because you know, you're exploring the space. You've been knighted. There you go. Coming from 40K, Necromunda, Mordheim, I'm shocked by lack of cover in so many combat spaces. Correct. Yeah. Hazardous terrain is great. Difficult terrain is great. Hazardous terrain, good point, Lolly. Anything that makes movement, right? Like if you have a melee focused game, you need to think about how difficult movement is. And if you have a range-based game, you need to think about how difficult like line of sight is, right? Yes, Haldred, absolutely. It takes time, it takes work, it takes effort, and I applaud you for doing that effort and doing that work. Now, I get it. It's not fast and it's not maybe fun, but I do think that when it comes to a tactical game, I think that the game needs that. And again, I've done a lot of this discussion of this stuff about 4th edition in prior streams as well. What's up, Pumpkin? Good to see you. I mean, arrow slits do exist, right? Like if I'm in a bunker, I have cover. I'm assuming, and my opponent is charging at me across an open field. I assume they are not in cover, you know, and I still am, you know. No, I'm just simply saying that like cover has the same problem as armor class, right? In D&D. That's all I'm saying. Like, think about D&D. Imagine someone wearing robes or leather armor, and then another person is wearing plate mail and a shield. And the person attacking rolls a 19. Both those two people, the wizard in a robe, the rogue in the leather armor, the fighter with the full heavy shield and plate armor, both get hit as if they weren't wearing any armor. In fact, it's almost like right, functionally, because you rolled a 19, they might as well not be wearing any armor, right? It feels very, it may be realistic. I don't know. I don't think it is, but it may be realistic. But all I know is that I don't like that feel. Yeah. Destructible cover is also great. I'm assuming Draw Steel does that, right? Maybe. Agreed, Pumpkin. It's a rite of passage for sure. It's how you become knighted. Ooh, Evan's been thinking about sci-fi nimble. That'd be sweet. Yeah, correct. I agree. Cover is really important. More important in sci-fi games for sure. You got it the best. That's correct. It just no, I don't want to disappoint. I don't want people to like not be able to like take, like, you want to be able to have an advantaged position. I don't want cover to give you a penalty to the attack roll. No. Thank you, Elaine. Appreciate you. Look at that. We're almost at our supporting first looks. Love it. Thank you, Elaine. All right. So when the combat area begins, by the way, a lot of these rules are even more important because, again, this game is assuming that you're going to be doing some stuff with solo gaming. So when the combat area begins, it's time to place all the combatants, enemies, characters, other NPCs. Again, if the PCs are being cautious, disregard surprise. However, otherwise, we roll randomly to determine their placement. North, east, southwest. And when you saw, by the way, on that hex grid, it did have north, east, southwest. Not that you really needed surprise. On a 1 to 2, there's no surprise. On a 3 through 4, the PCs are surprised. And a 5 through 6, opponents are surprised. I like this. Full story, full stop. Original D&D, you got surprised a lot more often. In fact, it was sometimes the case that both parties got surprised. Because, again, remember, original D&D, the premise was, you know, you're walking around the dungeon, they're walking around the dungeon. Nobody's really expecting to run into each other, and both groups might get surprised. I always thought that was fine. You want all the well, then you're going to need more than a D8, my friend. You're going to need, I guess you would need a D8. Never mind. I'm an idiot. Good on you, Haldred. I was like, wait, aren't there? No, I was double counting. I don't know what that is, but I'm assuming it has to do with the Holdo maneuver, right? Roll for placement, once for each group. If both groups must be placed on the same side, they must be separate from each other while remaining on the same side. Combatants are placed on the first hex row. If the first row is full, place them on the second, and so on. So this is like reading more like a war game, really, you know, than anything. If one side surprises another, they get +2 to their initiative. If the party surprises their opponents, they can choose their possessions after their enemy is placed. That's sick. Otherwise, they deploy on their side's first hex row is cool. Like, using surprise, like, so I've talked about this before. When I played Pathfinder 2, this was something I used to do a lot with Pathfinder 2, okay? Is, you may have seen this when I was playing, but, you know, you may never talked about it. But, all right, like, imagine that the party is entering the combat from 17, okay? And they're entering from the south, right? And let's say this is some sort of room, okay, with some goblins in it or something like that. What I used to do is, in Pathfinder 2, the goblins would use something like their perception for initiative. Most of the time is what you would use. If I had like a rogue, or anybody, honestly, who used, let's say, stealth for initiative, if they beat the monster's perception, I used to allow let's say the rogue character to begin the combat already in the room, hiding in cover. Similarly, if like a barbarian or a fighter, right, like rushed the door, kicked in the door, that whole jazz, and they used athletics, say, for their initiative, I might allow them to start 3 or 4 hexes in, because they literally started the initiative busting through the door, rushing in, right, before the combat really even began, if that made a sense. So I used to do that a lot, where if depending on the situation, like if somebody used like a knowledge or a lore for their initiative, I might allow them to learn something or know something about the monster, essentially a free lore check before the combat began. So I used to try to use initiative as a way to give the players more control and agency over where they started. So my idea, Sweet Threat, was that if the rogue was scouting and he rolled stealth for initiative, or was avoiding notice, avoid notice would actually be the most appropriate, right? Sweet Threat, because that's when you can use stealth for initiative. I assume that he kind of like snuck in to the room, but like before the party kicked in the door, you know, like he basically is like, all right, I'm going to get in, wait, you'll when you hear a hoot owl twice and a barn owl once, you'll know I'm in position, or something like that. Then it's like the goblins rush them, and then the rogue leaps out from behind them. But the other reason I do that, Sweet Thread, is to avoid what I call like the doorway gangbang, which is a lot of times in TTRPGs, you'll roll initiative. All the party members will be in the doorway. The monsters will maybe sometimes win the initiative. The monsters, typically melee focused, will close the distance and engage the PCs, the entire party, in the doorway. So you've got this awesome room full of cool terrain, and the entire combat ends up being fought in the 3 or 4 squares surrounding the doorway. And then you even have PCs in the back who can't even move or do anything because there's just people in the way. It's a very horrible, bad, weird situation to find yourself in, and it happens a lot. So one of the things I'd really try to do when I'm doing, 4E D&D or Pathfinder or whatever, the case may be, I try to avoid those sort of door frame gangbangs, those sort of door fights, as Ken called them. Yeah, and they happen a lot. And so I do everything I can do to avoid them as much as possible. Anyways, all right. Anyways, I really like this. We also see here that we have a random check to see what the enemy is doing. Very neat. Hey, what's up, Warren? Thank you. Setup ends when each combatant rolls a d10 to determine their initiative. Higher rolls act first, with tied characters re-rolling. Oh, that could be annoying. Initiative is only determined once at the beginning of combat. This order of action is maintained unless otherwise specified. Combatants may spend 5 stamina once per round to increase or decrease their initiative by 1. But then what if it's equal again? If you have speed, this grants you a bonus to your initiative rolls equal to the number in brackets. To understand combat, you must know the difference between a turn and a round. A turn is your single combatant's chance to act, while a round is everyone's actions. Once all combatants have taken a turn, that is a round. Stamina. Okay, here we go. When it's your turn in combat, you must choose what actions to take, but the person can only do so much. Every combat action costs stamina, with different actions costing more or less. You start with 10 stamina, which can be modified by talents, gear, and enhances. If you're in a underwater or in 0G, your max stamina is reduced to 8. A standard attack is 5, a heavy attack is 8, a fast attack is 3. Defensive maneuvers, variable, switching and drawing weapons 5, using an item 5, standing 5, adjust initiative by 1, 5, maintain stealth 5. So, now we'll see what this defensive maneuver is. But it seems like you can basically do 2 things, and you get a free move each turn. So you basically get a move and 2 actions. The distinction being that you could potentially do a move and 3 fast attacks, or a move and a single heavy attack, or a move and a standard. I don't know why. I don't know why I would never just do. I would just do 2 standard attacks. I don't think you would ever do a standard and a fast, but you could theoretically do a fast. Correct. Gear and drugs are probably why they went with the point system. Good point, Haldred. Right. It gives you more. Right. In Pathfinder 2, getting an extra action, big deal. Right. But obviously, if we have 10. You could see where if we could get to 13, right? 13 would be a huge deal for us, because then we could do a heavy attack and a standard attack. Or we could do a standard, and a fast. Or we could, adjust our initiative, maintain our stealth, and still attack, right? So 3 points is a lot. Here's an optional rule. You could pick a stance. Fire stance, void stance. The benefits and drawbacks last for as long as the character is in that stance. You can only change their combat stance when a new round begins. Defensive, neutral, and aggressive. Very the One Ring-ish. Except in the One Ring, it's called aggressive, open, and defensive. Although I prefer neutral. Defense gives you a penalty to your initiative. You have to spend at least 6 of your points of stamina on defensive maneuvers. You get a penalty to your attack and a bonus to your defense. That's an interesting way of sort of framing it. Like, you can't go into defensive stance and then attack a bunch, right? You have to spend your stamina doing defensive actions. Neutral is normal, and then aggressive gives you a bonus to your initiative. You have to spend at least 6 stamina doing offensive maneuvers, and then you're attacking and defending. I mean, when people talk about the stamina costs, again, number one, I'm assuming you're playing this as a solo game. But number two, I mean, again, I'm just thinking about my players. You know, when if this was happening at our game, you would have 10 little gems in front of you, and at the start of your turn, you would sweep the 10 little gems onto your sheet or into your area, and then as you spend them, you would swipe the gems away, and until you had none or some left. I mean, it's pretty basic in that way. I agree. Like, if you're like mentally tracking this or keeping track of it, I mean, it's not so much that it's a real problem, but again, it's also a solo game, so I don't think it's a ton of deal, but it is kind of fiddly. It is. All right. All combatants can move once per turn. Unless specified, unenhanced bipedal humans can move only 1 hex per round. Quadrupedal and sexapedal creatures can move 2 hexes around. So that makes these maps fucking ginormous. You can move 1 hex per round. That's a lot. I mean, that's not a lot, I should say. Personally, I love it. When I played Quest for the Frozen Flame and Abomination Vaults, I sometimes doubled, tripled the map size. I do love my gaming paraphernalia. Combatants can move before or after they take all of their actions. No combatant can move twice. A combatant may forfeit their action, i.e. all of their stamina, to move an extra hex. Combatants may move freely through hexes occupied by their allies, but may not finish their movement in an occupied hex. So, very limited movement. If you do absolutely nothing, you can move 2 hexes, or 3 if you are a hexapod creature. All right, it's not double, it's just an extra hex. So, huge map. To attack, roll a d20 and either add close combat or ranged combat skill, depending on your weapon. In melee, the attacker gains an attacking bonus of +2. All combatants add their corresponding attack skill and modifiers, and whoever rolls highest scores a hit. Yes, this means that an attacker may end up receiving damage in their turn. So we just saw this with... What game was that? I need to start keeping my YouTube open because we talk about so many games and I never remember this. And I don't ever remember what we talk about anymore because there's so much. Tunnels and Trolls. Right? Tunnels and Trolls, you could get hit in melee. Melee had the risk, right, of being attacked. Ranged combat. The attacker rolls to attack while they... Now, remember, also, too, actually, this is very similar to Tunnels and Trolls, now that I think about it. In Tunnels and Trolls, remember, you got to add their threat value to your attack roll, whereas in ranged combat, you didn't, right? So close combat was sort of high risk, high reward, but ranged combat safer, but not as powerful. The attacker rolls to attack while they target test dex. Oh, so it's always an opposed roll. If the attacker rolls higher, they score a hit. Targeting enemy in melee gives you a -2 penalty. Even at range, though, a shot fired into melee still has a 50% chance of hitting the wrong target. Damn. All right. If there's a tie, the combatant with the highest skill wins. If there's still a tie, the attacker wins. If the attack is successful, roll a hit location and calculate damage. Okay, wow. This is a very crunchy game. But again, I should note that when I'm playing a solo game, being crunchy is, in my opinion, not a bad thing, right? Because the whole point is that you want to grok the shit, like you're there to look up stuff, and if it's just you, it's who cares how much time it takes, right? Playing the game is the fun part. All PCs have a base damage of D10 plus their weapon damage plus any modifiers from whatever location you hit. If you're attacking a swarm, do not roll on the hit location. If the damage total exceeds the target's constitution ability, the target is knocked down. They can only move 1 hex per turn, which is normal. They cannot spend any stamina, and if they are hit while knocked down, they receive a wound. So knocked down is sort of more of sounds like a little bit more of you're both prone, but you're also sort of like reeling, it's like Street Fighter 2 where you've got the little bird circling your head, you're kind of dazed, you're stunned. Being knocked down only ends with a recovery check. Pass a will check and spend 5 stamina to get back up. As opposed to PCs, opponents have a single attack skill and act according to their behavioral matrix. If they get knocked down, they make a recovery check as normal. If successful, they can act but have disadvantage on all rolls for the turns. Except for synthetics, of course. Those act normally. Just random rules thrown in the middle of the text. If unsuccessful, they remain knocked down and cannot attack and perform all rolls with disadvantage. When an NPC combatant makes their first attack roll to determine who they target. So, closest threat, most wounded opponent, a ranged opponent, most protected opponent, most dangerous opponent. If the enemy has any points in defense, they can subtract that many points from attack rolls. In the same way, PCs use stamina for defensive maneuvers. Defense will be subtracted from attacks in the orders they take place. Okay, that doesn't really make a lot of sense to me, but okay. When an enemy recovers from being knocked down, roll a d6. They are bloodied, cornered, or overwhelmed. So it's like NPCs have like a completely different, or enemies have a completely different set of statuses, it sounds like. Each status modifies an enemy's behavior or abilities, as detailed in their descriptions. Wow. So not only is there a behavioral matrix, but then if you knock them down and they recover, then they will either act like hurt, cornered, or basically overwhelmed. And that will further affect, presumably, their behavioral matrix. Here is the hit location. Feet to head. You do more damage if you hit him in the head. Less damage if you hit him in the feet. Oh, there's some veins in the feet. Okay. When targeted by an attack, a PC can spend stamina to dodge and parry. Okay. So this is why you don't want to spend all your stamina on your turn. It's like a resource that you can use. Very, in some ways, similar to like the way Nimble does it. Each point spent inflicts a cumulative -1 modifier to the chosen opponent's attack rolls. For example, a PC facing 2 opponents could spend 5 stamina to give one -3 to attack and the other -2 to attack. I'm assuming you have to do that before they roll the dice, not after they roll the dice. Yeah, because it says when targeted. So again, this is a game system, theoretically, where being overwhelmed by multiple enemies is very dangerous, which is something that I've long been very, been searching for a really cool system to do with this. And my idea is very similar to this, right? Which is to have a reaction system. This is very similar to that, where you have this ability to dodge. In my theoretical game, armor is DR, and it's passive. You don't need to use actions to use your armor, but you need to use actions or some sort of resource, right? Dex resource, dodge resource, agility resource, in order to make parries and dodging. If you succeed, then you don't get hit at all. But obviously, you run out of that. So if you're attacked by 3 or 4 monsters, you might not be able to dodge the later ones, and they're basically going to automatically hit. So basically, the core premise of my game idea, it's not even a game, it's just like a feeling that I want, is that basically attacks auto hit and do automatic damage unless the PC specifically parries or blocks the blow. So in that way, it's kind of like Dragonbane with the monster rules with evade and parry. Anyways. Armor. Armor makes it less likely that you take a wound. The number between brackets indicates how many damage points are blocked per attack. Now remember, if the attack doesn't exceed your constitution, I don't think it does anything. Armor penetration is the opposite of armor, right? Attacks which penetrate ignore armor points. Obviously, you would rather do bonus damage because bonus damage is going to be helpful whether they are in armor or not. But armor penetration could still be very useful, right? That's an interesting question, too. I wonder if people prefer having their action points reset at the beginning or end of the turn. Generally speaking, Lollipop, I think having it reset at the beginning of your turn is probably better because it would be kind of, I don't know, because like having to wait until your turn and then being like, okay, I do nothing, and then getting my points back at the end of my turn is kind of lame. But the other advantage of having it be at the end of your turn is that you can go and do a bunch of cool shit and not have to worry about like, do I need to hold back points to be defensive? You get all your points. And then if you end up getting, super duper mega attacked during the off turn, you always have your resources. So I think the one is more friendly, but potentially could lead to some more like not as fun gaming scenarios. But the other requires you to be a little bit more strategic and tactical, but might lead to a situation where you spend all of your, actions doing cool shit and then have nothing left over to, try to dodge attacks. So there's pros and cons to both. I don't know that there is a clear answer. Let's see. Pulls up. This is like stamina, actions, whatever. Ooh, okay. We got a little shields will be splintered action here. If the hit location is protected by a piece of armor, you may choose to sacrifice that piece of armor to avoid receiving a wound. The armor is destroyed, and the armor's total protection value is reduced by 1. A hands result on a body location damages the character's gloves, if they're wearing them, or their weapon. A damaged weapon may be repaired with a technology check outside of combat, but this advances the time track by D4 positions. So basically, like you can do sundering damage automatically based on where you hit. So here's an example. Richard scores a hit against the terrifying beast that devoured Amalia. He rolls a 15 for damage, but the beast's protective chitin grants it 5 armor. 15 damage minus 5 armor is 10. The beast's con is 12, so that's not enough to knock it down. Later in the round, the creature hisses and hits Richard with an attack while he's knocked down. He's in a bad spot. This wound would have been fatal, but fortunately, the creature rolled head as its hit location, and he's wearing a sturdy helmet. He lets the helmet absorb the wound, leaving it useless in the process. With a groan, Richard throws what's left of his helmet to the ground and empties a full clip of AP2 bullets into the creature's face. He rolls 20 damage, and while the beast has 5 armor, the AP bullets bypass 2 of it. Which is more than enough to bypass the creature's con of 12, and the creature is knocked down. All right, so this game has LOS rules. It is crucial to know what you can see. Draw an imaginary line from one side of their hex to any part of the target's hex. If the line doesn't pass through or touch an object or an effect like a wall or a cloud of smoke, you can see their target. If that LOS intersects with any cover, their view is partially blocked and will either be -2 or -5, depending on whether it is partial or full cover. We've got some thrown explosive rules. Gotta love it. Okay, but in all seriousness here, just roll a fucking D6. Sorry. Hey, what's up, Sting? Thank you, buddy. That's awesome.
57 tipped $50. Usually can't catch these live, but just want to say I appreciate the quantity and quality of these streams.
Sting, well, thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much. Sting, I don't know that you've I don't immediately recognize your name, so I appreciate just you showing up. I appreciate the very generous tip, and
I am strong.
this smog is for you. Thank you. I'm glad you appreciate it, Sting. Certainly, we are not the most popular YouTube channel in the world, and we try to do what we do, and it's because of people like you that we can do it. Thank you very, 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 very much. That's very generous of you. Yeah, rolling a D8 here seems crazy to me, right? Like, this to me is like, okay, because if you have a grid, if you have a traditional grid, you want to roll a D8 because you have 8 spots surrounding you. But this is a hex. Just roll a D6. What are we doing here? No, I don't. I'm sorry. I don't know. I don't know Sting 47. Sorry. Please inform me, educate me. Right, or just go full D12, Copper Blint. Get those corners. All right, well, if we're throwing grenades, it lands where we want to. On a failure, it lands D4 hexes away in a random direction. By the way, if this sounds crazy to you, this was actually the rule in 3rd edition D&D. It was also the rule in 2nd edition D&D. I don't know if it was the rule in 1st edition D&D. It probably was, but it definitely was the rule in 3rd edition PF1, and it was also the rule in 2nd edition. So we're bringing it back. Again, I've said it before. I'll say it again. Number 1, the D12 is a platonic solid, which is to say that all of its sides are made out of regular polyhedrons. So, regular shapes, right? In this case, you have a regular pentagon. Very satisfying. Number 2, it follows the scaling. I mean, even if you're not ignoring it, like D4 to D10, or D4 to D6 to D8 to D10 to D12. It feels very satisfying. And then you go all the way up to D20. D20 is such a huge range of numbers. I think, generally speaking, as humans, I think we're more comfortable with dealing with things in 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Like, it's just a very comfortable number. And then, like I said, it's very divisible. You could use a D12 for nearly every die. Well, not nearly every die, but a lot of dice. Because it's divisible by 3, it's divisible by 2, it's divisible by 4, so divisible by 6. So you can do a lot of stuff with it. All right, there's AoEs. We've got blasts. So somebody knows their 4th edition here. We've got blasts and bursts. Oh yeah, Mark Lore. Oh yeah, classic. Okay. We've got AoE. Okay, these are all the AoEs we have. We have blast, burst, explosion, row, wall. And here are some demonstrations of this. Which, by the way, right here. This is why the hex is the ideal grid or the ideal form factor for miniatures games. Because you avoid the weird ass Pythagorean theorem issue and the diagonals issue, because every hex is the same distance away from the central hex. So when you have essentially a fireball, you don't get the weird corners issue or some really horrible looking weird weird shape because of the every other square is 2 thing. No, you get a beautiful, clean fireball looking fireball, Love it. Beautiful. It's beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. Hey, Dirty Phil, what's up? It's time for the trolling tax. We'll catch the VOD. Excited to see perhaps some vids of various games DM by you. Tor, Daggerheart, Avatar, thank you for the work. Well, thank you, Dirty Phil. Dirty Phil, as I said on the Discord, Patreon, it's going to come down to the participants. I am running these games for my patrons as a gift and a reward for folks. It is not for content. If those people are comfortable with me recording the data, then I will do so. In some cases, they may say, and obviously it doesn't matter for you because you are a patron. In some cases, they may say, I'm comfortable with you showing this and making this available just for patrons. Others may say, put it on YouTube. And it's really going to come down to that. That being said, depending on the nature and the style and the tone of the game, I may make a decision that it's not appropriate for YouTube. And that may not be the case. So, I will say that if you are a patron member, you have the greatest chance because it is, that people are much more likely to agree to those limited release terms rather than literally having it be part of the, the public internet. But ultimately, and I have the people submit it anonymously so that I don't even know, just because I don't want to even have that bias. So, if all 5 people say I'm down with it, then we do it. And if even one person says I'm not comfortable with it, it's like an X card. I just don't even think about it and I move on. It's not my place to tell people why they should or shouldn't be comfortable. All right. Anyways, great stuff. Very old school, not old school, but like very 3rd edition-y. As a side note, speaking of templates and games, they should be shipping the StarCraft miniatures game pre-orders soon. And of course I pre-ordered StarCraft miniatures games, and the initial wave of minis has stuff, but the second wave that they're going to be releasing, I think, which is going to release in this summer, wave 2 is going to have things like the siege tank or the infestor, or no, what's it called? The devourer. And it's going to use basically, things that make big AoEs. And I'm super excited that StarCraft is going with actual templates, pie plates, teardrop templates. I don't even play 40K, but I have played 40K back in 5th edition or something like that, 6th edition. But one of the biggest womp, 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 womp was when they got rid of the pie plates. I think pie plates in a miniature game are 90% of the fun of using bursts and blasts and explosions and stuff like that. I'm very excited that they're using actual templates. So, all right, critical hits or critical misses. So we have a fumble chart. It's not just that you missed, but you could become knocked down. You could lose some stamina. You could twist your ankle. You could become exhausted. You could hit yourself. I will be fully agree with it. I don't like fumble rules, but some people really like them. So, here's some more for ranged weapons. Here's some additional rule for suppressing fire. Instead of targeting an enemy, a combatant wielding a full auto weapon can spend 10 stamina to determine enemy action within 3 hexes. Enemy combatant who enters the suppressed hexes immediately suffers the weapon's damage. This consumes 1 ammo and lasts until the next combatant's turn. You know what? I actually like this rule. I thought I was going to not like this rule. I actually like this rule. Because that's a real disincentive. That's a real disincentive to enter an area that you are covering with suppressive fire. Because like a lot of times, like it'll be like, oh, you're gonna shoot at them. And it's like, okay, well, I could have just shot at them anyways. No, this is a disincentive. That's pretty cool. And again, 3 hexes in this context of this game is a lot of space, you know? So yeah, area denial here. Yeah, right, exactly, Copperblint. There's no check. The only thing it does, I don't know if regular shooting costs ammo, but I like that it consumes 1 ammo, right? So theoretically, it means that you are, burning through your clips, right? Keeping the enemy pinned down. Yeah, very, very hazardous terrain. You're basically creating your own form of hazardous terrain, Lollipop, which is kind of cool. I actually like that rule a lot. That's really cool. I'm a big fan. It's like one of the problems I have with like attacks of opportunity. Like it's still an attack roll. Number 1, it just takes time. And number 2, it's like, well, I'm just going to walk through the enemies. Well, they're all going to make attacks of opportunity on you. And it's like, well, yeah, but they could all miss. And then it's like nothing happened. I don't know. It just doesn't feel right. Anyways. No. Look. To deter enemy action within 3 hexes in the weapon's range. So I'm assuming this means that you pick 3 hexes that are within your weapon's range. I don't exactly know what that means. Because it does say any combatant who enters the suppressed hexes instantly suffers the weapon's damage. Correct. And 1 hex is an entire turn of movement. So, yeah. Like, yeah, so 3 hexes is a lot of space. So, like, right? So, like, imagine that we're in this combat. Or imagine that we're in this, imagine that we're in number 6 here. And like, we're kind of over here on the right side and the enemy's kind of here on the left side. And they start trying to make an end around, right? To flank us, right? And I put down suppressive fire in this hex, and this hex, right? And these 3 hexes right here. And I'm basically like, okay, try coming out from around that cover, I'm going to light you up. Great question. What is the range of a weapon? The start of gear porn, right? Always, right? With the full blowout. So a basic service pistol has a range of 4 hexes. A laser pistol has a range of 6 hexes. A submachine gun has a range of 7 hexes. A shotgun has a range of 3 hexes. Well, I mean, I'm assuming a submachine gun would be something that is probably capable of suppressive fire, right? A rifle has a range of 10. And this one's capable of burst mode and full auto. And costs 300 Drake bucks. Drake coins. Sorry. Anyways. All right, so we can only do that with a full auto weapon. Makes sense. Okay. Overwatch. A character can choose to delay their action until an enemy enters their line of sight, or if that enemy attacks them. When that happens, they immediately act regardless of the initiative order. So basically, ready. That's a great question. I don't know. I'm going to assume yes, Lollipop, but again, I don't actually know. It'd be weird if you could just pick 3 random hexes, anywhere on the map, I think. Because in my mind, right, I'm spraying bullets in that area, basically consistently and continuously. So it makes sense that I'm like laying down a field of fire. When 2 allied combatants occupy opposite sides of an enemy space, they are flanking them. Each of them receives +2 to combat rolls. I am assuming this is a mechanics first. Yeah, this is very XCOM for sure. A melee combatant can make a desperate attack, adding D10, but leaving them open so they get a D10 against them. Basically, reckless attack from 5th edition from Barbarian. Disengaging in attacks of opportunity. To escape from melee, you have to make a dexterity check. If the character avoids their most agile opponent, they can do so. If they fail, they still make an attack of opportunity, but all enemies will hit automatically. So, again, this is a very much more, to me, a much more pressing disincentive. One of the things I don't like about attacks of opportunity, I don't like that they don't hit. I don't like that they, what's the word I'm looking for? I don't like that they involve an attack roll. Why do we not like attacks of opportunity? Attacks of opportunity are, I don't think they're strong enough. In fact, I almost, to a certain extent, would prefer that, like, once you're in melee, you kind of almost can't leave melee unless, like, you basically, like, theoretically risk your character being instantly killed, basically. Ignoring your opponent and walking around them is so stupid. And yet it happens all the time in TTRPGs. So I'm reading this Copper Blint as if you fail, you can still move away. So you don't have to, but you can still do it. In other words, there's nothing stopping you from leaving. The question is, do you avoid their attacks, or do you get just automatically beat into a pulp? Okay, full aside, full difference. This is a tangent on top of a tangent. In the StarCraft miniatures game, this is for those of you who play 40K and whatever. In the StarCraft miniatures game, what's really cool is number one, ranged characters, with people with guns, can still shoot enemies that they can still shoot if they've been charged. They can only target the enemy that is now in melee combat with them. And the enemy gets to make their evade roll, which is basically like a feel no pain roll, if you know 40K. So basically they get their armor save and they get a feel no pain save. In StarCraft, it's called armor and or defense or something, and it's called evade. But basically the melee characters get both. Normally they don't get an evade. Normally you don't get it. But if they're in melee with the range attack, so basically it's like, the Marines shooting them at close range, right? But secondly, each unit has a supply value, and as your unit loses models, the supply value of your unit goes down. And in the next round, in the movement phase, if your supply is greater than that of your enemies, you can disengage from them. You can leave melee with them. So in other words, like for free. So in other words, you can't, like if you have some massive unit, say of 10 Marines, and they get charged by a unit of 10 Zerglings, and the Marines kill the Zerglings down to like 1 or 2 Zerglings, those 2 Zerglings can't pin that unit of 10 Marines in place, right? Like the Marines can just leave. Like it doesn't pin them in place. You can't just stop an entire massive block of Zerglings from moving by sacrificing some like a Marine unit that has 2 guys left in it and go, oh, I'll put them in melee with the Zerg and that'll keep the Zerg locked up for a turn or 2. Like, no, like they can just ignore you. I think that's a great rule. Anyways. A combat is considered to escape combat completely when they exit the area from any side of the combat grid. That's very gamist, but also I like it. It's, you know, it's like a war game, right? If you leave the battlefield, if you leave the edge of the battlefield, you're off. You know, that's when you're free. So here's an extended combat example. We're not going to get into it. So this is pretty crunchy. It does feel very XCOM-y. It feels like a mix of like 3rd edition plus war games, you know? So very XCOM-y. Here's another optional rule. You can spend a luck point to trigger a random combat event, just for shits and giggles. This is an optional rule for lingering damage. Basically, in the current version of the game, when you get hit, either nothing happens or you get knocked down. And if you're knocked down, you can take a wound. If you take 3 wounds, you're dead. This is an optional rule that basically lets you sort of build up lingering damage so that as you hit somebody, and if you don't exceed that threshold, you're going to keep doing more and more damage cumulatively with them with future hits. If you want something even more fiddly and, you know, because it's not fiddly enough. All right. So speaking of wounds, healing, and dying, another important element here. During combat, characters will receive wounds and become injured. Every time you receive a non-fatal wound, they suffer cumulative -2 penalty to all actions and roll on the injuries table. It's a death spiral. This determines the nature of the injury and its effects on the character. Rolling a nat 1 on the injuries table indicates a critical injury. The effects of such a wound may never be healed. The effects of other injuries end when the wound is removed. Once combat is over, you may attempt to treat a wound by rolling a medical check and using 1 use of medical supplies. This can only be done once per wound per time track, which is some sort of arbitrary gamist way of tracking time. On a success, wound is healed and the injury is removed. On a failure, the wound is present. You may attempt to heal it again once the time track resets. However, on a critical fail, the wound is not only not healed, but it becomes infected. Nothing says hypersimulationism like some good old wound infection. That and some disease charts. Get some antibiotics. Literally, I'm not making that up. It's capital A, so I'm assuming it's a thing in the game. A PC who has 0 max wounds is always dead. All right. When a character receives damage out of combat, you take some damage and it could inflict you wound. Falling inflicts 1 wound for every 10 feet of height. Wow. So if you fall 30 feet, you're dead. So there you go. That's the level of realism that we're dealing with here in this game. And you know what? That's probably about right. Here are the injuries. It's a D20 table, by the way. On a 1, we get a critical injury. We roll on a different table. You get gashes. You get wounds, infected wounds. You can bang your head and lose a turn. You could get brain damage and lose experience points. Holy shit. Now that I was not expecting. That's awesome. Hello, buddy. You came to join us? Hi. How you doing, sir? You look tired, buddy. You hungry? What happens if you get a 20? Oh, torn to pieces. Miraculously, the bow was completely absorbed by your clothing. Any gear worn is location or is destroyed. Any gear in that location is destroyed. Here is our critical injury charts. Dead. You lose your ear forever. You lose your fingers. You puncture your lung. Look at this. This is permanent. Permanently, you are down 5 stamina. The game, you get 10. You're permanently at 5. Holy shit. These are all permanent, by the way. Well, not all of them, but some of them. Wow. Brutal. All right. Anyways. So, luckily, the only way to instantly die from taking a wound is to roll a critical injury, which is a nat 1 on a d20, and then roll a crushed skull. So you only have a 1 in 200 chance of instantly dying from a wound. But remember, if you ever take 3 wounds, you die. Here are some rules for zone-based combat if you don't want to play with the specific minis tokens and all those other hex grids or people who play RPGs with voice chat and little else. This is a zone-based rule of combat. Basically, we got a basic rules. Zones 1, 2, 3, and 4. 1 being where you and your crew start. 4 being where the opponents start. And then we have zones 2 and 3, which is sort of no man's land. 1 zone is full cover. You can move 1 zone of movement. To make a melee attack, you'll have to be in the same zone. And range targets adjacent zones. Pistols, 1 zone range. Rifles, 3 zone range. So basic. Take all those complications and really boil it down to something really, really super simple. Pretty good. Again, you lose some of the fidelity and some of the tactical nitty gritty, but you know, it's also going to be a lot quicker, right? Yeah, Heldred, you make a medical check. You expend 1 use of medical supplies. You use 1 unit of time, and you can attempt to heal a wound. All right. Stealth. Before starting the whole area process, you may preemptively make a stealth check to avoid any potential enemy. This is an opposed check against their awareness. If you succeed, you avoid combat, or you can initiate combat. God, I love that. I love giving the player that choice. And, you know, you get to see what's inside of it. And it's like, look, you're stealthy here. If you don't want to have this fight, you don't have to have that fight. And again, I mean, there's probably a lot of, you know, procedurally generated areas as part of this game. We haven't even gotten down to it yet, but I'm imagining something that's going to feel very like Metroid-esque about exploring these ships, maybe, possibly. We'll see. Granted, it is 11, so we've already gone. I was going to say we've gone 4 hours, but no, it's only been 3. We're getting there. We'll go to midnight at least. Because maintaining stealth costs 5 stamina per round, this attack will have to be fast or normal. Since you are moving slowly and measuring your steps, you automatically detect any security measures hidden in the area, but the time tracker advances by 2. So basically, if you're in stealth mode, you move slower. TLDR. All right, here are conditions. We got conditions. We got blinded. We got burning. We've got dazed. We've got freezing, infected. We've got parasitic infection. We got rules about returning to the ship with your parasite and how long it gestates. And then we have the parasite attack table. Oh, what a joy. We got a poisoned condition. We've got radiation. We've got the RADS table. We've got direct RADS, and we also have cumulative RADS. So you have to track both how much RADS you're occurring and absorbing and how much total RADS that you've gotten. It is very much telling us what this game cares about. It is a space horror. I mean, right, we talked about this, right? It's very death in space, Coriolis, aliens, mothership, space horror vibes, you know? You can potentially absorb them with anti-rad medication. A total whole body dose of greater than 500 will almost certainly be fatal. Death after D10 hours of agony. Death after D10 hours of agony. Suffocation. You lose 1 constitution per round until death at 0 con. Vacuum exposure. 0G. Okay. So that's just our normal conditions. Copper Blint says D10 hours of agony is fantastic. It's a great way to put it. All right. Stress. The pressures of diving will slowly, but again, the whole diving thing really gives me strong Coriolis vibes, right? I mean, there's definitely big Coriolis vibes here. This game may have come out before Coriolis. I think they came out basically at the same time. But the pressures of diving will slowly but surely erode one's determination. Long hours, close quarters, not knowing what dangers await you. It's enough to break even the soundest of people. Amen. This following non-exhaustive list, right? So this is not everything. You can pick anything. Guarantees to earn stress. The first time you board a ship to start a new mission, you immediately gain 5 stress. Whenever you face a danger, you gain 2 stress. Now remember, anytime you gain stress, you can make a will check, I think. And if you pass, you only take 1 stress. Darkness or hostile darkness in a hostile or unknown environment, a stress per round. Not sleeping, stress. Rationing food, stress. Seeing an ally gain a trauma, 10 stress. Being the sole survivor, 10 stress. Seeing a crew member die, 15 stress. Facing an aberration, aka I'm assuming like Cthulhian horror, 5 stress. Fortunately, it's resolve skill. Sorry, it's not will, it's resolve skill. The resolve skill can slow down the accumulation of stress. Every time you are confronted, make a resolve check and reduce it to 1. All right. At 3 stress, your nervous tics begin to appear. At 10 stress, you might react negatively to stress. At 15 stress, you perform all of your actions at a -10 penalty. And at 20 stress, you earn a permanent obsession. You discard all your stress and you gain a trauma. So this is very similar to the way that shadow accumulation works in the One Ring. You accumulate shadow, it becomes problematic. Once you accumulate too much shadow, you become miserable. If you acquire your maximum amount of shadow, you basically you permanently discard it, and then you have a moment of madness, and then you advance 1 step along your shadow path as you become basically now 1 step closer to being corrupted and taken by the shadow. Or if you're an elf, giving up and leaving and going into the west to the Undying Lands. After you accumulated 10 stress, or whenever the GM decides, apparently, they must roll a resolve check to avoid having a negative reaction. They could start an argument, become anxious, lash out. Right, this is very similar to the One Ring, right? With they call it an act of madness or a moment of madness. So there you go. Become uncooperative, become anxious. You become anxious. You succumb to your anxiety, making things worse for everyone else. Everyone else gains 1 stress, and you become of little help. Oh, I love it. This is the stress reaction when you're around others. This is the stress reaction when you're all alone. -2 to all checks, hyperventilating, binge eating, getting overwhelmed. Most stress reactions will naturally fade, but if they don't, the effect ends after losing any amount of stress. So once you've recovered from some of your stress, you also recover from your, hyperfixation or your hyperventilation. If you get 20 stress, you become obsessed, a new permanent feature of your personality. They do not have mechanical consequences, but they should alter your behavior, personal goals, or preference. Cool. Very similar into the One Ring in that way. When you lash out, you might confront the character, you might attack them. From there, things can only get uglier. All right, how do you lose stress? Well, lashing out actually makes you lose stress. Arriving at your destination makes you remove stress. If you get all the way back to your home station, you remove all of your stress. If you have a good night's sleep, -5 stress. If you have sex, you lose 10 stress. If you get drunk or take drugs, you lose stress. Get drunk, have sex, lose 15 stress. Let's go. If you have a good if you have a good workout. It's an odd list, but all right. Trauma. Every time you receive 20 stress, you receive a trauma point and roll on a trauma table. These are long-lasting and can eventually kill your character. So, you can gain permanent stress, permanent penalties to your stamina, permanent penalties to your skills, or suffer a heart attack and die. There we go. As you accumulate stress and trauma, you might acquire negative traits. And of course, what wouldn't be a sci-fi game without some hacking skills? So we have an entire hacking system. You got to have your deck, or they call it a cipher. I hate hacking rules. I always have. But apparently this isn't too bad. You roll a d6 for each level of the system's difficulty. If you roll anything as a 1, the system is locked. If you make a successful technology roll, you can re-roll one of those dice. If you have a cipher, you can re-roll 1 dice. If you have a black cipher, you can re-roll 2 dice. All right, that's not too bad. Quick, simple, I guess easy. Kind of random. All right, emotions. The conditions weren't enough. The stress tracks weren't enough. The trauma's not enough. Let's go with the optional rules for our emotions. Tracking emotions may be a bit confusing, so we suggest that new players ignore these rules. But you know us. These are what we came here for. We're definitely not about to remove these rules. Yes, very Blades in the Dark, very Avatar Legends, for sure, Pumpkin. Here is our emotional matrix. All characters begin the game at composed. They remain this way until certain circumstances challenge their emotions, forcing them to create an emotional state check. Yes, also, it's weird to call it an optional rule when it's clearly on your character sheet and takes up a decent amount of real estate. But then if it wasn't on your character sheet, it would be a real pain in the ass. So I would complain then. In these situations, when you have to make an emotional state check, you have to make a will check to avoid being led by their emotions into a different emotional state. Moving alongside the emotional matrix is simple. If it was a negative emotional trigger, you move 1 step to the left. If it was a positive emotional trigger, a failure moves you 1 step to the right. If a situation would move the character towards a positive emotional state, you can choose to fail your will check and simply let the emotion overtake you. All right, so basically we start at composed and we can be forced into negative, we can be forced into positive, or we can voluntarily fail and let ourselves be made calm, hopeful, and pleased. Emotional damage. All right, a hopeless character has given up completely, and they see no point trying. They get -2 to all skills, and they take an additional damage when they get hit. An enraged character has no patience left. You're better at combat, but worse at manipulation. A nervous character is better at, has a little bit more stamina for defensive maneuvers, but is worse at avoiding stress. A calm character is worse at combat, but better at manipulating people. A hopeful character is better at everything outside of combat, but bad at combat. And a pleased character is totally at ease with the situation and actually gets a +2 to all skills. So it's interesting. You could see how becoming calm or hopeful could actually hurt you in a combat situation, and you may not actually want to be calm or hopeful. And in fact, potentially being nervous or enraged might make you a better combatant in some ways. In addition to any sort of specific events or GM decisions, the following simple situations can cause an emotional state track. When you enter combat, if you suffer a wound, if you gain a trait, if you start to ration, if you see an ally die, if you ever gain 5 stress at once. In addition, if you heal a wound, if you gain a level, if you lose stress, if you clear a site, if you help out an ally, those can cause you to gain positive emotional triggers. What a weird game. And by the way, on our character sheet, I mean, in the emotional matrix, it does look like there's a box between each box, right? So every 2 checks moves you 1 step further down the line. All right, this is chapter 4. So that was chapter 3. That was the rules. Where are we at? All right, so we've been through the rules. Now we need to go through playing the game. So this is, I think, going to be the last chapter we cover tonight, because chapter 4, running the game, is really more about if you want to be a GM and has GM advice. Not to say that that's not bad, information. And obviously, antagonist has information about. We're definitely going to take a look at a couple of the antagonists just because of the cool stuff. But we don't need to look at all the gear and all the gear porn. And we get it. There's pistols and guns and shotguns and rifles and explosions and plasma grenades and EMP grenades and gas grenades and hand grenades and directional charges and flashbangs and the whole 9 yards. We've got cybernetic manipulate. We got cybernetic augmentations. Like, ripping out one of your eye and equipping your new eye with enhanced photoreceptors and pattern recognition AI, right? Anyways, bionic eyes. But I do want to take a look at this. So the core of across 1,000 Dead Worlds holds an endless universe to travel, full of dangerous sites for characters to find and explore. Players will set their sights on a site, capital S, make the often perilous journey there, and search for answers and artifacts. All right. That's it. That's the core of the game. Playing the game. All right, here's our procedure. Yes, this is the first Black Oath game I have checked out. The PCs report to Karam Station's mission control 24 hours pre-launch. Select a destination and a ship. The 3 starships are the 1-person KRM-01, the 3-person KRM-03, and the 5-person KRM-05. A starship must be fully staffed to be approved for launch, so NPC crew members will be assigned to any remaining seats. A crew can choose to either have a known destination, one which they have visited before, or a random one marked by another crew, or an unknown destination. The former is safer, since the crew will have information on the site and their voyage there, but there will always be fewer artifacts than in an untouched brand new site. Next, the crew gathers their gear, decides what supplies they will take, and boards the ship. After the journey, the crew will explore the site while documenting their findings on their site report sheet. Finally, whenever the crew is ready, they can return back to Karam Station and report. There are many places to visit and things to do when you are not on a mission. Look at Chapter 7 to learn all about the station and the things that you can do between missions. But when it is time, you report to Mission Control and either do 1, 3, or 5. If you're playing solo and you go with a 5 crew member, you are going to have to fill out the 4 seats. Use the rules on page 358 to randomly generate remaining crew members. For 3 and 5, you have to choose a team leader. Choosing the spaceship. we go. This is how much gear slots that you can carry, how much supply you can bring. There's the, let's see. This is how much total gear and how much is free. So you have 32 slots for gear. You have 96 gear slots. You have 160 gear slots. It's very weird here. It's like, as with all ancient ships, it has a single smooth floor, no discernible controls, and a constant diffuse light emitted behind the polished walls. It sounds like the spacecraft from Contact, right? Like, it doesn't have any controls. There's nothing inside of it. Pick or roll a name. Pick an adjective. All right, here we go. Okay, the golden. Oh, this is a D100. Shit. 83. The golden dagger. Spelled incorrectly? All right, we'll go with the golden typhoon. All right. The safest option for novices is to go to a known destination, giving you access to all previous reports so that you know what to expect. There are two types of known structures, sites which you have been to and sites which other crews have been to. Dagger gold, that's pretty good. I'm going to guess that is because of editing issues. Lollipop. Typo. If the crew is returning to a site that they have explored, they simply take the same ship and continue exploring where they left off. If instead you visit a site which has been partially explored by another team, the site will be randomly assigned by the KSA. The previous crew's report will detail which type of site it is and what they encounter. To show this, simply black out half of the resources and xenoanthropological find sites and generate half of the encounters. The rest of the sheet is blank to be discovered by your crew. Most divers eventually bite the bullet and risk it all by voyaging to one of the thousands of unknown destinations logged in the ship's nav systems. This type of expedition holds many unknowns, so crews must prepare for all eventualities. This usually means bringing a variety of gear, including medical supplies and weapons. When doing an entirely unknown destination, you start with an entirely blank site report sheet, as the one found at the end of this book. Or not. It lied to us. There is no site report sheet at the end of this book. Liar. All right. Well, apparently we don't know what that report sheet looks like, but that's okay. All right. More often than not, an expedition's success depends on what the crew brings and what they didn't bring. The KSA grants each crew member a basic survival package of rations and oxygen. But crews who can afford it, either the cost and the space, pack extra provisions, scanners, weapons, medical supplies. Any extra purchases of food and water are not refunded, even if they're not used. So you get a basic hazmat suit, oxygen, 5 oxygen pellets, 5 batteries, a med kit, and oxygen tanks. Sooner or later, when all preparations are complete, there's nothing left to do but board the ship. The finality of this moment drives many divers to drop out at the last second. According to official KSA data, 20% of all deep divers change their mind in the moments before takeoff. The voyage is without a doubt the worst part of any expedition. When traveling to an unknown destination, the crew doesn't even know how long the trip is going to last. They might arrive only to realize that they don't have enough supplies for a full crew to return back home. Too many reports tell of crews who slaughtered each other for a chance to return home safely. There's an element of this like super random space travel, which I will fully admit I don't dig. Like, this seems like weird Like you're getting into a spaceship and nobody knows where you're going, like at all. And then you get there and you don't even have enough food to get back. And so you have to kill each other. Like it seems very, I mean, I guess maybe that's what they're going for, I guess. But I also don't like horror. So maybe that's why. Reaching your destination. If you're returning to a site, it takes the same number of weeks as it did the first time. If you're traveling to a site by another crew, it lasts D6 plus 1. If it's a random event, each week has a cumulative 20% chance of a random event. When an event occurs, roll a D4 to determine the type. Ship malfunctions almost exclusively deal with parts added by engineers. So it could be a social event, a ship malfunction, a space anomaly, or mental or physical stress issue. One of the events could be 2 crew members start a conversation. Use the random conversation rules. Wow.
I am strong. Strong. Strong.
There's a table I never saw it, I thought. One crew member is celebrating a birthday. Absolutely, Kaz. Absolutely. All right, ship malfunctions. Everyone can make a hard technology check to fix it, but if all fail, they must don vac suits or pass a con check to avoid passing out. After 1 hour, any character without a vac suit dies. Space anomalies, physical stress. There's also misjumps. All right. After weeks of travel, you've reached your destination. Of course, this isn't always good news. The coordinates are thousands of years old, so the destination might be missing or dangerous. Roll on the arrival table a D100. Oh. Oh man, that is peak. All right, so right off the rip, you have a 2% chance that after you make your character, you pick the 5-seater, you played your solo game, you make your character, then you make 4 random NPCs, because you have to, if you go with 5, you have to go with 5. You only have you have your one character, so you make 4 random NPCs. You make the big travel, you do all the travel rolls, the cumulative events, and then when you finally get there, you have a 2% chance every time that rocks fall and you die. Oh, I mean, you either love it or you hate it. You know, I don't know what to tell you. That seems like a lot of work. That would be me. I would make it. I would do the whole shebang, and then I'd roll this, and I'd be like, okay, well, I never need to play this game again. Oh. All right. So this answers my question. I thought it was always a ship. Turns out it is only a ship about 20% of the time. 35% of the time, it's a planet. On 20% of the time, it's a station or outpost. And 20% of the time, it's an ancient base inside of an asteroid or a planetoid. Yep, you might bounce too close to a supernova, and that'll end your trip real fast. By the way, there's a straight 12% chance, 13% chance, 13% chance that you exit warp space revealing nothing but debris and dust. It was wasted. It was just nothing. Nothing's there. So a full 15% of the time, it is quite frankly either nothing or instant death. So that's definitely a mood. That's definitely a vibe. All right, here we go. It's tracking time. We've been hearing this all through the rules. The toughest part of a job is not the exploration, but the interminable voyage time spent getting there. The uncertainty over whether or not the team will have enough supplies for the round trip is a mind killer. Space voyages take 1 to 7 weeks, with each crew member consuming 1 oxygen and 1 supply per week. The duration of a spaceship's trip to its destination is determined by follow. Reaching any destination takes a minimum of 1 week. At the end of each week, make a destination check. There is a 40% chance that you arrive at your destination, plus 10% for each week. Roll each week until the destination check is a success, the odds reach 100%, or the crew runs out of reserves and dies. So, at most, basically the trip will take anywhere between 1 to 7 weeks. You have no idea. So if you want to be 100% sure, you need to bring 14 oxygen and 14 supplies, right? 7 weeks for the trip there, 7 weeks for the trip back. They recommend bringing 6. But if you need to, you can ration. And we saw all the references before, right? About rationing, increasing stress, causing emotional damage, yada, yada, yada. At the end of every week without full rations, your maximum wounds is reduced by 1s. If your maximum wounds, which is normally 3, by the way, if your maximum wounds are reduced to 0, you die. Oxygen, turns out, can't be rationed. Maybe random bad shit does seem to make more sense in space. While exploring the strange and alien sights of the ancients, the passage of time will be an ever-present threat. Events move forward. Batteries and oxygens will run out. You will get hungry, amongst other things. This is represented by the time track. It is roughly estimates of 10 minutes, so each time track represents an hour. Events which move the time track forward mark 1 square and are noted with +1 clock. For example, using stealth, +2 clocks. Entering a new area, +1 clock. Entering combat, +1 clock. Carefully exploring a site, +1 clock. Moving between hexes, +1 clock. I assume that doesn't mean in combat. Having an extended discussion, +1 clock. Taking a break, +1 clock, etc. So all these things take 10 minutes or even 20 minutes. And here is our time track. After the time track fills, an hour, each character removes 1 battery and 1 oxygen pellet from their supplies and removes 1 ammo if they fired their weapon at all during the previous time track. They should also update any ongoing effects that progress whenever the time track resets. Then start a new time track. When among the crew, if one character performs an action that advances the time track, the rest of the crew can also take an action without further advancing the time track. So this game is already super duper easy mode. We're already playing kid mode. We're playing Mario Kart. We're playing catch-up mechanics, right? Because in Torchbearer, you get 1 action, 1 grind. If 4 people take 4 actions, 4 grind. Torches run out. Hunger advances. But in this game, everybody can do something at the same time. Easy mode. All right. What does the site look like? Well, good question. We're going to generate it, presumably, randomly. Ancient facilities are non-toxic. Have non-toxic but very oxygen-poor atmospheres. Forcing all characters to wear oxygen masks. There is a 20% chance that it also requires a hazmat or vac suit. They also have an artificial gravity of 1.5 G. New sites are named by the KSA naming convention algorithm and adjusted by the crew who found them. Okay. So, like, you might call it Kraju 100054 or Lil Moo 779223 or Chooser 837190. Although the ancients' true intentions are unfathomable, it is possible to guess the purpose of these facilities based on their appearance, location, size, and features. When first determining a site's details, roll on the original purpose table. It could be a prison, a refinery, a temple, data storage. Yes, sounds very much like Master of Orion. Great game, by the way. Master of Orion 3? Question mark? Was that the one that I loved? I'm doing a Google search. Yeah, Master of Orion 3. That game was awesome. The first one was great too, but damn, the third one. My favorite Space 4X game of all time, Ascendancy. Circa 1995, I'm going to guess. Let's see what year Ascendancy came out. 1995. Sick. You know what? For purposes of this channel, we're going to listen to the Ascendancy soundtrack for the rest of the stream. All right. Just while we're doing this part here, these are all the different races soundtracks. These aren't actually that good. Here we go. There we go. This is the introduction theme. Listen to this theme song. This theme song is so good. So good. All right. So we got all these different places that it could be. Vaults, entertainment, refuge, tomb. We've got a site's story. So we're going to be generating this, right? What happened to it? It became overrun by creatures. It was a source of corruption. It was overrun by synthetics. It was affected by a terrible cosmic event. So do we have a table for this? Oh, yeah, here we go. Okay, I'm going to roll my D20. All right, residential. So we've got a residential, and then I got a D10. Ooh, associated with a terrible power. Use these tables for more detail about your site's first impressions. If the site is on a planet, also roll on the planetary site descriptor. Remember, ancient ships will always take the characters to ancient locations, regardless of what has happened since their disappearances. This means that all sites share design principles and similar architectural appearances. Massive cyclopean construction, plain unadorned surfaces, or adorned with geometric shapes or patterns. Ooh, D12. All right. The location is covered in strange, moss-like substance. All right. After rolling a site's purpose and descriptors, roll a D6 to determine the maximum number of potential ambushes. Ambushes are not usual encounters. These known threats, or chasers in diver lingo, are independent from the site's standard encounters. So are we building a random encounter table here? Maybe. Yeah, every time the time tracker resets, that's every hour, roll a D10 to perform an activity check. If the result is 1 to 2, you are ambushed by a randomly determined known threat. These encounters are considered ambushing attacks, so the enemies get +2 to their initiative roll. Oh, look at this. Okay. So this is actually kind of cool, because we've been recently talking a lot in Shadow Deep, right? About frequency and severity, right? So we talk about how we usually associate, right? This is the idea that Moria is very dangerous, right? But Moria is probably quiet, or deathly quiet. It's mostly empty, right? It's not a very active place, at least in the time of the Lord of the Rings movies, right? So you're unlikely to have an encounter in that way, you know? So that's pretty cool. Known threats: spitters, clobbers, takers, cybanes, bombers, and cicalias. Most sites have a dominant hazard that forces the crew to adjust their approach. So we got a D8. I gotta find my D8. Here's my D8. 3. It's collapsing. Okay. Every time the time tracker resets, a random character must pass a dex check or take 3d10 damage as they are struck by falling debris. So again, time, pressure. Notice all of these things. These are okay. Quickly, what is this thing? This is creating dungeons, and it's doing it randomly, which has pros and cons. But the most important thing here is realizing that getting there is so. This is solving a lot of the dungeon issues, right? Number one, it's very dangerous to get there. We've just established there's a 2% chance that you'll die every time you go to the new dungeon. So not only that, when you travel there, you might not have enough food or oxygen because you don't know how long it's going to take you, right? So there's a lot of elements here, which basically this is why you don't just go there, come back, go there, come back, go back, come back. Not to mention all the food and oxygen stuff that you buy, you don't get refunded for it. So it's a sunk cost, right? Number two, once you're there, there's something that is eating away at you. Time is a precious commodity. Everything is about time. Whether it's a toxic atmosphere, or whatever. And you can see here, look at this. Overrun. What a great name. There's nothing here but hungry shadows with vicious teeth. All encounters are with aberrations, which lead to instant combat. So here, remember we were talking about the undead? Here it is. This is full alien xenomorph, right? There's no chance of being attacked. Every attack is from some sort of horrible alien nightmare, and they are going to attack you, right? This is full pitch black. This is full aliens, right? Love it. This is great. It's making it so that you have this area. So after establishing the basics of the site, it's time to characterize these locations of interest called areas. These vary depending on the nature of the habitat. In a maze-like underground habitat, areas might be the actual rooms. But in an overgrown biological research facility, they might be open containment clearings with direct access to the site's surface. Areas are simply one of the few places, possibly among hundreds of empty rooms, where something can be found. In other words, it's a point crawl. These are the nodes, right? When we talked about in Shadow Deep about the distinction between an area, or what we were calling nodes, versus rooms, right? I said a node might have empty rooms, but the node itself will never be empty. The site will either be small, medium, or large, or huge. That determines how many areas it has, how many resources available, how many xenoanthropological finds it has, as well as how many unique encounters. This is crucial for filling out your site report. Here we have it. So, a lot of resources available, a lot of finds, up to 12 unique encounters. Since it doesn't make sense for a station to have infinite diversity of creatures, you must roll on the site's encounter table before each encounter. This table starts off empty, but as empty slots are rolled, it will continually fill up. Basically, you're going to build the encounter table as you're going through it. Makes sense. If you can't decide how one area connects to another one, we have random area connectors. When the crew moves to a new area of interest, we roll on the site exploration table to see what they find. It could be an encounter, resources, an artifact, a hazard, a dread event, a locked point, an automated security measure, a fixed event, or a random occurrence. Encounter. You run into something. This is rarely good. Resources. Tools, data crystals, A-metal cubes. This is what you are risking your life for. Treasure. Artifacts. Cultural, historical, or ethnologically interesting finds. These include notes on architectural elements. Hazards. Locks. Not everything a crew encounters has a direct, rational explanation. This is our psychological horror. Sometimes traps. Automatic security measures means traps. Fixed event. This is probably those scenarios thing that we were talking about. Random occurrence. This result requires the GM or solo player to interpret a few words, and in light of recent events and the type of site that you're visiting, producing some unique challenges or situations. Okay. So, we've got rules for encounters. It can be a combat encounter. It could be hard, average, easy, elite, standard, overwhelming. And then next turn to the antagonist chapter, not hyperlinked, minus 50 DKP, to generate the opponent in question. Resources. You can find data crystals, alloy cubes. Alloy cubes take up a full gear slot. Data crystals are light, so they go into your like pockets, or 10 of them, I think, takes up a gear slot. But look at the price differential. You'd rather find data crystals. They're 50 DC for each one. Alloy cubes are only 75. Each time that you get this result, you find D10 data crystals, D6 alloy cubes. If you're really desperate, you can scavenge alien technology. As the crew's bags start to get full, players might decide to backtrack and deposit their finds in the ship's cargo. This is perfectly possible, so it's recommended to draw a schematic of the site. Basically mapping. After all, characters will still spend resources on the way back to the ship, and combat encounters are still possible depending on the site's activity level. In other words, there's sort of this idea of basically we've broken this down into, the classic dungeon trope. We have town, which is our space station. We have camp, which is our ship, and then we have the dungeon. And so we are basically breaking this up into a series of sort of intermediary steps before we make the big trip, so to speak, back to town. But the ship actually makes that a little bit more interesting because it provides this kind of like cool intermediary phase in a way that a camp sometimes really doesn't. In this case, dropping our shit off. So we can get artifacts, which could be worth nothing or up to 100. We get hazards like draining your resources, assaulting your character with visions. We've got locks that you might have to hack or break your way through. We've got... What was that noise? Every character gains D4 stress. We've got traps. Everything from gravity fields to nanite bombs to teleporters to turrets. All right, fixed events. These following events are more clearly defined. As such, they can become repetitive. So feel free to modify them or adapt them to your crew's current site. So these are like it's more of a grab bag, but it's pretty useful if you don't play the game that often. Everything from distracted, a random crew member is bitten on the hand. There's nothing around, but the bite is clearly real. Again, the sort of existentialist dread horror. And then these are random occurrences. And again, this is sort of up for you to interpret depending on the site's purpose and its, theme. It kind of requires a little bit of more interpretation from your GM or your play group. Like if you had an alien overrealm, then you might find the remains of the, of the husks of the crew. On the other hand, what if like the people that were here went insane and killed each other, right? You might find something very different in that case. This section contains a list of generic verbs and nouns for suggesting situations that could exist between elements. Interpret these loosely and non-literally. So it's kind of like it's a classic Oracle table. Right? So like, let's roll. What do we get here? We got 45. We've got disturb 8. 81. Oh, never mind. It's nouns. It's a D20. Let's see here. It's let's say it's disturb communications. Disturb technology, right? So it's like, oh, what does that mean? Like, how did that work? Like, oh, maybe our site, and we like basically like are like, yeah, they were here, and then like mind parasites, you know, took them over and made them call for help, and you know, they weren't actually calling for help. It's just, you know, they were trying to bring more people here so that they could spread the alien virus and whatever. You know, we're just making stuff up here. Oh, our place was residential. Disturb zone, whatever that means. Anyways, point is, you make stuff up. A crew must rest every hour, or well, this is really very clearly inspired by BXD&D. In BXD&D, you have to take a break every hour, and it takes 10 minutes. A crew must rest every hour or so while exploring ancient sites. This represents the amount of physical and mental energy it takes to explore a perilous, high-gravity environment. Resting progresses the time track by 1, which is 10 minutes. Being able to rest triggers on the dread table. So it's very interesting about this is taking BX D&D concepts of dungeon exploration and adding them to sort of a random ancient space exploration, but then also adding in like a lot of like the more horror psychological elements, like the stress, the trauma, the emotional conditions, the dread, et cetera, that isn't really present. Like, for example, in basic D&D, if you don't rest every hour, your characters become like fatigued or something. I don't remember the exact rule. If you don't rest every hour, your character becomes fatigue. I don't remember exactly what it is. Yes, you get a -1 penalty on all to hit rolls and damage rolls until you do rest for a full turn, which turn is 10 minutes. So again, it's more physical related, right? This game is sort of adding in the more, you know, basic D&D didn't exactly have a lot of these like emotions and stress and all this other stuff, right? It was really just focused on attack rolls and damage rolls and physical stuff, physical. So they give us here's a full example. So we've got a KRM-03, that's a triangle, that's a 3-person crew, christened the Valiant Scythe. It's going to a brand new destination. We've got Derek Baker. Oh, shit. Numa Saloom and team leader Asu Kakili. They say their goodbyes and stress out. Immediately, everyone gains 5 stress. As per the voyage rules, there's a 20% chance of an issue appearing during the first week and a 40% chance that they will arrive at the destination. They roll 34 for issues, no issues, but a 62 for travel, which means they're trapped here for at least another week. Everyone subtracts 1 oxygen and 1 supply. Now we have a 40% chance of an event and a 50% chance for survival. We get a 17, which means something happens. We have a social event, 2 characters have a conversation, yada, yada, yada. Numa becomes confused. Derek becomes excited. Next, they check for arrival. They roll a 23, which means that after only 2 weeks, they've made it. They remove again, another 1 oxygen and 1 supplies, and now they are there. We roll on the arrival table, and we are at the newsly designated site Plomoy 882245, a space station orbiting a planet. Preliminary analysis suggests that this place was a religious site, and although the crew doesn't know this yet, the place fell to being overrun by creatures. The site has no gravity. They'll manage with the magnetic boots they purchased, so long as they don't have to run or jump. And the atmosphere is non-toxic, yet non-breathable, which is pretty standard. They all decide to leave their vac suits behind. Next, they roll to figure out how active the site is and get a 4. It is active. Not great for the crew. Next, the GM rolls the site's dominant hazard, lockdown. Makes sense. If the place was overrun by creatures, the security measures probably tried to stop them from spreading too far into the facility. I mean, I'm already digging this. This seems pretty cool to me. With the site's basic features laid out, the GM rolls for size. It turns out this is a huge site with a maximum of 55 potential resources and 57 xenoarchaeological discoveries, according to this site's expedition report. This is a big place, and the crew probably won't be able to explore it all in one, go. After clearing the entry hatch, the crew enters the first area of interest. Time to roll on the exploration table. The GM reveals a fixed event. 2 random crew members get the strong impression they are being followed. Since they basically just entered, the players instead interpret this as feeling watched instead of followed. Ayusu immediately calls out for a stop using the prediction subroutine. The GM determines that no, nothing is observing them, but the crew doesn't know that. They allow the time track to advance by 1 while they search for threats and clues, and decide that this unnerving experience grants everybody 1 stress. There's nothing here, so the GM rolls on the area connector, getting a hallway with 20% chance of an ambush. The only thing between them and the next area is a locked access point. The lockdown locked every access point. A roll on the door type says this is a security gore, so they start trying to hack it and go through this. The GM, they get the weird event table. They get disperse cult. It sounds like the flight was not recent, but one from thousands of years ago. Blah, blah, blah. You know, they're making stuff up. They're adding stuff, proceduraling stuff, and all this other stuff. So it's kind of a storytelling experience. So that's an example of exploring a space station. They give another example here of exploring a planet. Now we've got a whole different set of tables for exploring a planet. How big is the planet? What's its atmospheric density? What's its climate on average? What are the biomes? Could be a scorched, irradiated world. Could be sprawling with urban ruins. It could be like Mustafar and be volcanic. I have the high ground, Anakin. Stuff for what's up in the sky. How many hours of daylight does the planet have? Now, to be clear, while this game is designed for a group or solo, I think a big part of the fun of these games is having a group of, you know what? If you've ever sat down and you've played Microscope to create a campaign world, or if you've ever sat down and done a collaborative world building game of Fabula Ultima, if you've ever sat down and played Dawn of Worlds, or what's that new one called? Maybe Mappa Mundi, to create a world. And you almost had more fun building the location than you did playing the game. This might be a great game for you and your friends, because a lot of the fun of this is just, you know, sitting around and maybe by yourself, but also with a group of people and building these worlds, building these locations. Sure, you get to explore it and we get to experience the dread of space horror travel, but it's also fun to just sit here and try to like connect the dots and make things make sense and build these little stories and vignettes about this, you know, infinite universe in that way, you know? So here, when you go to a planet, it's full ass. So if exploring a site is a dungeon, exploring a planet is, shocking, a hex crawl. The biome, you pick a biome, right? So maybe you go to like the frozen north, or you go to the volcanic wastelands, and it is composed of 100 hexes. Roll a D100. Each hex is 3 miles in length. So each hex covers about a time tracker of 1. Which means you're moving at a pretty good clip, right? Unless, I mean, because that's, unless, right? Isn't the time tracker 10 minutes? 3 miles in 10 minutes seems pretty crazy. 3 miles in 1 hour seems more reasonable. And boom, we start filling in the blank hex as we start exploring the game, or start exploring the biome and the terrain. Each time you enter a new hex, roll on the terrain difficulty table to learn about this terrain. It could take more time. It could potentially cause damage to you. It could suffer a bunch of radiation damage. A river of molten metal, liquid methane, or similar hazard blocks your way. You either have to figure your way across it or go around it, causing 3+3 time. For more flavorful expeditions, roll on the appropriate sites table every 5 hexes. So we get encounters. We could find stuff. We could find nothing of interest. We could have a hazard, or we could encounter an ancient site and then have a dungeon that we go into while we're on this planet. We've got encounter rolls, all sorts of stuff, you know, on the frozen sites, we might find a frozen waterfall hundreds of feet wide, a violent snowstorm far from us, a large furry creature, probably very similar to a ice beast. Is that what it's called? Why can't I think of what is it called? The ice beast of Hoth. What's that thing called? That's not a tauntaun. What am I thinking of? Does it have a name? I was going to call it a Rancor, but that's not the Rancor. Rancor is the thing from Return of the Jedi. Why can't I remember the name of the stupid ice beast? Oh, Wampa. Yeah, that's it. That's it. Respect, Star Wars nerds. That is proof that time and time and a COVID infection that I got in 2021 have taken their toll on me. Believe it or not, that I didn't remember that. That's crazy. Anyways, so we got a bunch of tables here for planet side exploration as well, for all the different types of toxic, scorched biomes, urban biomes, all this other stuff. So we could also create an entire hex crawl as well. All right. Then we have a chapter that is dedicated to being a game master, including emulating game masters. And so we can basically see here the prediction subroutine is exactly what I thought it was. The prediction subroutine is a game master emulator. And for anybody who basically, there's a copy of this in the Moria solo rules. There's obviously the copy of this in the Game Master emulator. It's basically where you, as a solo player, as a group, if you don't have a GM, but you kind of want to have a GM, you decide, rather than just picking it yourself, you give it a rough estimation. You say, how likely is it that we're being tracked? And we go, I don't know. It seems pretty likely. Okay, very likely. Cool. It happens on a 6 or higher on a D20. So it's still you disclaiming decision making. You're still not just deciding, but instead you are you're not in full control, but you are getting to sort of say, is this likely? Is this unlikely? Is it almost impossible? Et cetera, et cetera. 16 or higher on an almost impossible seems very high, but qualifier, but, and then there's a complication, right? So like, for example, you're like, how likely is it that we're being followed? And we're like, yeah, it seems pretty likely. We are being followed, but I'm going to roll the D6. The social environment changes. A character's mother is actually their aunt. A PC is mistaken for something else. I don't remember. Who knows what the hell that means? That's part of the fun of these games. Random tables produce random results. Shocking. The key is, the fun part is making it make sense. And believe it or not, zooming out to 10,000 feet, that is what I like about role-playing games. It's what I like about, games there where we roll for our characters' emotional states, and, games like Avatar, games like Torchbearer. I like when the dice force us into random situations, and then as a group, we have to sort of figure out, what does that mean for our story? Rather than feeling like the dice are straitjackets or an enemy that are sort of working against us and trying to waylay our carefully laid plans, I actually embrace the chaos, because for me, the fun part of role-playing games is getting to roll dice and then figuring out what we're doing. I akin it to the classic improv game, right? Like Scenes from a Hat. You're not just asking the people to act out whatever they want. You're giving them completely random, personalities or prompts, and their job is to make it work and fit it in. And it's that difficulty that I think makes it fun. And again, more stuff about Game Master emulation, and if you need something secret, and what kind of secret or unknown event it is. It could be not forbidden knowledge or secret knowledge or something they were researching. Again, things to help you sort of, especially if you don't have a GM, to kind of give you these prompts so that you can work with them. And then we have monsters. creatures of all sorts that will kill an unsuspecting crew. Hell yeah. So we're not going to look at all of these, but again, we roll for its difficulty, generate its characteristics, and then use the appearance table. So you know what? These are random tables too. So an overwhelming encounter, I'm going to roll it. Could be one overwhelming creature. I rolled a 2. Right, Woodland Fellowship. Great way to put it. A creative challenge versus a technical challenge, correct. So an example of a technical challenge is a combat in most games, right? The game says, here are these monsters. Maybe they're randomly generated, maybe they're not. You have your characters, which usually have a bunch of fighting abilities, swords, wizards, spells, laser pistols. You know the rules for interacting within this space, and now we're going to randomly roll stuff, and things are going to change. A character goes down. I was going to go attack, but now I have to pull back and try to heal them to bring them back into it. Oh, we knocked that person prone. We should all attack them this round. I was going to attack this different person, but we should get them. Oh, this spellcaster's kicking our ass. Let's focus fire them. You're reacting to those environments, which are being generated by the rules and random dice rolls, and it's fun to overcome that challenge. It's a technical challenge. But I'm suggesting is that you can have sort of a technical creative challenge, right? Where you are using those same kind of concepts, but applying them to things like, how does my character feel, or what's going on right now? Anyways. All right. Creature type. We can have a guardian, which is essentially a construct. They are relentless and will only stop once all intruders are destroyed. So they are immune to morale and psychological effects. So it sounds like guardians are our classic undead / construct, right? Aberrations are weird mind-bending creatures. Facing it automatically gives you 5 stress. A synthetic is a biomechanical life form commonly found around ancient facilities or places of interest, usually the result of experimentations. Synthetics can act normally the same turn they pass a recovery check. So they can basically stand up and still immediately attack you. And then we've got size tables, movement tables, what drives it. Like if it wants to control territory, it's not going to pursue you. If it wants to destroy you, it is only interested in destroying everything in its path. Characters, gear, buildings. An optional rule is to define a creature's intelligence. So here's an example of a stat block generated randomly for the creature. And we can see here its recovery actions. So again, if it gets knocked down and recovers, it'll either be bloodied, cornered, or overwhelmed. And then we determine what it tries to do. Here are our rolls. All easy 1 crew member opponents are brutes. Otherwise, we determine randomly. It's a brute, a lurker, ranged, swarm, or psychic. While in combat, roll every turn on the creature's combat behavior table to see how it acts. So it sounds like the combat behavior is going to be predicated based off of the creature's roll. By the way, I like these breakdowns. There's a 30% chance it's a brute, 20% lurker, 20% range, 20% swarm, 1% psychic. If we assume that psychic is some sort of like ranged controller, that should be rare. Brute should be the most common. Brute. These creatures attack head-on with no regard for tactics or cautions. What they lack in finesse, they make up for strength and ferocity. So when they roll for hit location, they roll +1. They're more likely to go for the head. Brutes never have range attacks. Brutes can move twice per turn, 2 hexes. Or if it's a bipedal creature, it can move 4 hexes, right? 2 and 2. They get a bonus to strength, bonus to con, penalty to dex. They do extra damage. They get a penalty to attacks because they're mindless brutes. And here is their combat behavior. Charges. So here are the guidelines we talked about before, about just general guidelines. They charge head first. They attack without subtlety. On a 1 through 7, they make a melee attack, or if there's no one to attack, they rush towards the closest opponent. On an 8, 9, or 10, they use a special ability skill, if applicable, or they make a melee attack. And that's it. Very simple, very basic. Right? But again, like something like a bipedal or a quadruped brute, some sort of horrific galloping space lion creature can move 2 hexes and move twice a turn. A lurker. They do not suffer attacks of opportunity when they disengage. They favor melee over ranged. Massive bonus to dex. Massive bonus to attacks when opponents are not directly targeting them. You know what's funny, Jams? I was thinking Space Centaur too. That's funny that you were thinking that. So here's an example. Now, they have a little bit more of a complicated combat behavior. Now, again, generally guidelines, they avoid, by the way, I'm 100% honest when I say I love these tables, and part of me really wants to like use these somehow in other games, because this is exactly the kind of stuff I love for this. It's not completely prescriptive, but it is pretty close. So they avoid direct confrontations in favor of ambushing. So on a 1 through 4, they initiate combat with a surprise attack, or they attack someone already engaged with another opponent, right? So they're either going to flank or they're going to make a surprise attack. On a 5, they use their primary attack. On a 6 through 7, they'll maneuver to change targets, to avoid being surrounded, or to leverage the terrain or situations. So see, this is like, there's still room for interpretation here. But instead of me deciding this, the role decides this, and I love that. Ranged characters, we don't need to go through all these, but you can see that, again, swarms, and then we have our psychic character. Again, swarms, very basic, right? Because they're probably swarms, right? They either rush and make a melee, or they use their special ability. Very basic, like a brute. And lastly, a psychic creature. Gets massive bonus to will. They favor ranged attacks, and they will always roll on the psychic ability table instead of the standard ability table. And here we go. We can also add unique traits to a monster to make it different. And here is the enemy abilities table, a D20. For example, maybe our enemy has shocking, acid blood. Gee, what could that possibly be? Maybe it has a draining attack. Anytime, every time the creature receives damage, it deals D20 damage to any creature within melee range and has a 50% chance to destroy a piece of their equipped gear. Ouch. Brutal. That's the standard. Here's the psychic ability. Suffocate. The target suffers the effects of suffocation. So it can, Vader choke you, I guess, or, make the air leave your lungs or something like that. And lastly, we got our appearance. So what is our acid blood creature? It is apish. The creature is covered in, I get my D8. The creature is covered in ooze. Its unique feature is, I lost my D10. No, I lost my D10. All right. I'll roll D12 and I'll re-roll 3. The creature is covered. Oh, no. The unique feature is the creature has horns. Okay. So, let me get this straight. We have a so we're playing a space horror. I'm going to make this in ChatGPT. We have a space horror TTRPG game. We have a creature. It is apish with acid blood covered in ooze with horns. Anything else? Oh, how many limbs does it have? Of course. All right. It is quadrupedal. Number of limbs, aquatic. 4 limbs. Oh shit. Man, they're killing me with the D10s. Oh. Okay. It's 4 limbs, end in pincers, and its rear limbs, or its hind limbs, end in claws. Its mouth is tentacles. Eyes. Ooh. Doesn't have eyes. And there we go. Okay. Create me an image of this randomly rolled creature. All right. Let's see what ChatGPT gives us, shall we? It senses you. It senses you moving through the vibration in its ooze membrane. I have no idea what that is. I don't know what the Shrike is, and I don't know what the Hyperion is. Sorry. If it's a video game or a TV show or a movie, I've probably never seen it. Unfortunately. Damn, ChatGPT, what are you doing here? Oh, that's, yeah. It's a book series. Oh, maybe I have heard of that. Is it by somebody named Dan or something? Is that right? No, it's not like Dan Brooks or something like that. Man, I've never seen ChatGPT take this long before. Ah, hey, look at that. I got it right. All right. Okay. Can I open this image in a new tab? All right. We've got... All right. There is our creature. Yeah, I mean, that seems pretty, seems pretty fucking horrifying to me. I think that's worth 5 stress, wouldn't you think? I think that's worth 5 stress. Seems pretty fucking great to me. Yeah, I mean, that's, I mean, I'm pretty sold on that thing being horrifying. It actually turned out even better than I thought it was going to do. Man, we're all cooked, people. We're all cooked. I say this as somebody who doesn't have a job anymore because of AI, by the way. I mean, okay, yada, 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 right? AI is theft and it's destroying the environment 100%. But you can't deny, like, what am I going to do? Am I going to, like, hire an artist to generate the art for my just by my creature that I randomly procedurally generated while playing the game? No, right? But what did that take? 60 seconds? Not even. And again, is it perfect? Who cares? You know, it works. It works totally fine. And it has all the features that we talked about, right? It's kind of apish, but it's quadrupedal. It's got the pincer arms. It's got the clawed legs, the ooze-covered body, the horns, the tentacles, no eyes. I got to admit, the no eyes thing really, in some weird way, makes this... I think that's what sells me on the creature being really terrifying in some way. That's pretty sweet. Where'd my D10 go? My D10 literally completely blew away. Anyways, very cool. Very cool. And then what else we got here? So I got you. So they've got some examples that you can use that you can also use. So these are known threats, right? So these are quite literally things that you can, right? That's why they're known threats, right? You add to this list so that creatures know, like, you just generally speaking, you kind of know what some of these monsters are doing. And these are what go onto your known threats table, right? Yeah, so the pre-made stuff is good too. Bombers. Bomb the crew with semi-organic projectiles that they spit from their large mouth. The creature resembles an oversized toad with a long neck and spring-like legs that help them maintain their distance. You know, this reminds me of probably one of my favorite monsters I ever created. I created it for Pathfinder 2 for the Rise of the Rune Lords campaign, and it's because I was strongly 4th editionifying Pathfinder 2, and so I was giving roles to creatures. And in the middle part of the 3rd adventure, right, which is the Hooked Mountain Massacre adventure, that right they fight the trolls at the dam. And so I made a bunch of custom trolls, but I gave them 4th edition roles. So I made troll artillery. And what the troll artillery would do is they would rip off chunks of their flesh and throw them as basically missile weapons. And not only did it, do damage, bludgeoning damage, but it also made you sick because you were just like getting hit with globs of troll flesh. And then they also had a special ability that they could basically lob off their arm and throw their arm like a javelin. And not only would it hit you, but it was like a remote grapple, like it would immobilize you because, their arm would just grab you and try to hold you down. What's up, Clopster? Just finished a session of KOLC Daggerheart game. I got really confused for a second. I was like, wait a second, I haven't started running my KOLC Daggerheart game. You mean a KOLC Daggerheart game. 2 avoid death moves and 2 successful risk it all moves. I'm still not sure I'm sold on risk it all, but you know what? When it works out well, it's pretty cool. So sounds good, Closter. That was a very brutal. People go, Daggerheart's not challenging. I go, number one, I don't think the game is supposed to be challenging. But number two, it's like it's as challenging as the GM wants it to be, and clearly something went bad if you're making basically four characters were essentially dead and had to make checks. Anyways, very cool. Lastly, the last chapter is our gear porn. It's all about the Karam Station. We've got random NPCs to help you generate random NPC crew members. You remember if you are playing solo or whatever, your ship has to be full. So we've got all sorts of random abilities. The NPCs are a little bit simpler than a full PC, making it a little bit easier for you to manage everything. And then we've got gear. We've got weapons, armor, spaceship supplies, general gear, and then, of course, cybernetic enhancements. So, and we already looked through a lot of this stuff. We looked through, right? We talked about oxygen pellets, ammunition, batteries. But then there's swimming gear and magnetic boots. And, you can't bring everything. You can't bring it all. Everything has a cost, and your spaceship can only carry so much. And then, of course, the more stuff you bring, the less room is available for anything that you find of value, right? It's a classic encumbrance system, basically, from D&D. So we're not going to go through all this stuff here, but, we've got cybernetic systems. We've got hazmat suits and body armor and vac suits and assault armor. Fuck yeah. Here we go. 50,000 DCs. Takes up tier gear. So we've got a fucking dreadnought, fully combining the Exo Series physical enhancements and every protection promised by the Drake skin. This experimental power armor is the best armor designed by mankind. So I'm going to go with, basically, you are a dreadnought, right? You're not. Well, I guess you're more like a Terminator. Or arguably just a Space Marine. But regardless. All right, you know what? We'll go with this. Assault armor. No. I mean, Space Marines are pretty fucking badass. So, anyways. Is the Dreadnought a normal Space Marine or is it a Terminator? That's up for you to decide. But either way, you're pretty badass. They cost millions to produce. Getting in and out of the Dreadnought suit advances the time tracker by +5 ticks. Benefit, same as the Exo 3 and Drake skin with all layers on combined. So it's like a full Exo suit and a full armor suit. It also enhances your strength and agility. You can jump really high. You can carry 20 extra gear slots in weight. Yeah. Yeah. It's also a full armor Drake with full armor with a toxin suppression layer, a coolant layer, a radiation deflection layer, and a thermic layer. Sounds badass. Anyways, So yeah, a lot of gear porn, but not just gear porn, right? It's also like you figuring out, what do I need to bring? And if you're going to an unknown, if you're going to an unknown location, you have no idea what you're going to need. Do you need swimming gear? I don't know. Are you going to need magnetic boots? Who knows? You might get to you might get there and realize, oh shit, the place we're going has no gravity. It's floating adrift in space, and its gravity projector fields are off. I guess we need magnetic boots, but we didn't bring any. So what are you gonna do? Bring magnetic boots every time? Well, then you're eating up valuable room in your cargo. And then the game ends with a couple of scenarios that basically have a lot of stuff, I'm assuming, pre-rolled so that you can quickly get into it if you want to get into it. And then a glossary with a bunch of terms. All right. And by the way, that the fact that it's called a deep diver, remember one of the key inspirations for Coriolis was, like the 19th century expedition, the diving expeditions and archaeology. All right. Well, that is quite the game. What am I trying to do here? There we go. I was trying to go here. There we go. Okay. Sad nobody is running the Great Dark. Yeah, not yet. Zen Bullet. I mean, we'll see. I'll be honest with you, Zen. I have my own biases, right? But like one of them is, right, I'm doing this new DKP system, right? So for every hour you GM, you get 1 point of DKP. And then people can win $100 gift cards or maybe other stuff, I don't know. But one of the things that I can do is I can be like, hey, this month, if anybody runs a Coriolis game, you get double DKP or whatever, and try to encourage people to do stuff. That being said, Zen Bullet, that is on my list at some point. I want to run that Coriolis game. I think it's really interesting. It won a Golden Knight, and there's not really Bob even got the Flowers for Algernon. It's not called Flowers for Algernon, but it's called like the Flowers of Draenei or something like that. He got like the campaign setting, and he was kind of like, oh, I won't read it then because maybe you'll run it for me. Bob, he's like, what? You'll run it for me? Oh, that sounds excellent. So Coriolis definitely sounds really, really cool. But so the game seems pretty legit as a dungeon crawler. I completely agree. I will say this. We again, it's a first look. The site system seemed way more interesting than the hex crawl. The hex crawl just seemed like, here's 100 blank hexes, roam around till something interesting happens. That seems just less compelling to me. I feel like I'd get bored of that quicker. But again, maybe the fun of it is sort of creating an environment hex by hex, which would be fine, except the hexes are only 3 miles. So we're only talking about an area that's probably like 30 miles by 30 miles. It doesn't seem that compelling to me. I'm not sure. So I'm not sure. I'm not sold maybe on the planetary expeditions part. The site component seemed way cooler to me, but that's just my personal take, And yeah, you know what? It could totally be Derek Karma points. I was going to call them GM points, but then we call that in Northern Reaches, we call them GMP. So I couldn't use the same term twice. And I didn't want to call them like coins or tickets. So I called them DKP because that's what I was basing it off of. So, but anyways, very, gritty, nitty gritty. We 2% chance when you get to a new place that you're just dead instantly. Everyone dead. No chance. There's not even a roll. You teleport into the middle. You come out of hyperspace in the middle of a red giant, super giant. So you're dead instantly. So it's definitely a vibe. You're tracking your character's equipment, your oxygen pellets, your battery, your gear per slot, your gear slots, what's in your pockets. You're tracking your character's traumas. You're tracking your character's emotional conditions. You're tracking your character's luck, stress, wounds. You're tracking your injuries. You're tracking your traumas. You're tracking, There's a lot of tracking. Is it Space Mortgage quality? A little bit. I mean, I feel like all space games, like it's like the cancerification, right? Like where like everything evolves into a crab. Every sci-fi game just turns out being into just like massive like spreadsheets, you know? But it was cool, and there's some really neat tech, and there's some really good stuff that I really liked in here. You know, but I will freely admit I would have a really hard time playing this, I think, as like a traditional game. I could see playing it as a solo game. I could also see playing it as like a group world building game, right? Where we're all kind of like co-GMs, right? And we all kind of go in with a sort of a mentality of, you know, standing on it. Okay, so here's my thoughts on the stamina system. So we have seen some games more recently have really started getting into the idea of like being able to use your actions on your off turn. Dragonbane does that. DC 20 does that. Nimble does that. That being said, I worry as it's presented here about how it will actually play out, because the way that the stamina works is you hold back stamina so that you can give people a penalty to their attack rolls as a defensive action. But that doesn't guarantee that you're not going to get missed. And I'm just worried that since the best condition is dead, I don't know. I wonder how valuable it is for you to actually hold back your stamina. And like if the best action for a party member to do is to do nothing, I also don't necessarily know that I love that. But again, as a solo game, it might be a very different experience. And it's hard to, sort of break into. Copper Blint says, action points are something that board games got into, then quickly out of, like 20 years ago. They are kind of unpopular for a reason. Yeah, I'm a little torn, I'm a little torn. Like, so a great example of this in a very simplistic way is Dragonbane. Okay. So in Dragonbane, your character gets on their turn an action. That's it. You get an action. If before your character's turn comes up, you're attacked by, say, a monster. Monsters don't even roll to hit. Monsters just automatically hit. But it could also be like a goblin or, whatever, who swings a sword at you. And one of the options that you can do is you can parry or evade. In fact, against a monster, you can't even parry. The only thing that you can do against a monster is make an evade. And then you make your evade check. And if you do that, you dodge the attack. But that was your action for the turn. So then when your turn comes up, you don't get to do anything. That's cool, but also I don't necessarily like the play pattern of having to give up my turns just so I can have some form of a defense. Now, to be fair in this game, if I'm attacked in melee, we're making an opposed check. And if I succeed, I do damage to them. So that changes the calculus a little bit. Yeah, it's I'd have to give it some play. I'm worried that it's a lot of, I'm worried that at the end of the day, you're just going to be making like 2 attacks a lot, right? Like, I mean, most of the actions are 5 stamina, and you're just going to be doing 5. Now, if you start losing stamina, if you start gaining a couple points of stamina, it could be more interesting and you could get some different play patterns. But I do feel like, I don't know that I'm sold 100% on the stamina system. I'll say that. Right. Yeah, I mean, AP for actions is also fine, but like, then you could end up with like the problem, right? With like the classic problem, which Pathfinder does, but a lot of games do it, even though they don't do it as oblately as Pathfinder. We're like, well, how do we prevent people from just taking the really cool action 3 times, right? Attack, attack, attack. And usually there's some sort of multiple attack penalty or something like that. But now it's like, okay, so don't do that then, because the game is allowing you to do it, but it's a terrible idea, et cetera, et cetera. Yeah. Excel was the real sci-fi game we played all along, 100%. So Zipper Fist, this is one of those things where it's like, if I had better mindfulness and connections. I would love to reach out because I think aren't they still running their Kickstarter backer kit? Yeah, it's got 15 days left. I would love to reach out to them and be like, hey, do you want to sponsor a first look? Because give me, send me some stuff and I will hype up. I'll go over your game and maybe I'll love it and maybe I won't, but it costs this much money. And if you don't, and if you can give me a tracking link, we can use it. And if I can't get you at least what you spend on me, I'll refund the difference. Otherwise, props to you because the game looked really cool. I love the triple ones. You kill them. I think that's really cool. That's all I really know about the game, but it did seem like a really fun, actually lightweight dungeon crawler, which I think is really cool. Yeah, whenever an enemy attacks you in melee, Jams, you make an opposed melee check, and whoever rolls higher deals damage. I'm going to double, triple check that right now. Looking. Here we go. All combatants add their corresponding to whoever rolls highest scores the hit. Yes, this means that an attacker may end up receiving damage in their turn. So there you go. But in range combat, obviously not. Well, so Jams, I mean, to be fair, it's the way I sell it in theory is risk-free, right? If I charge you $500, by the way, that is incredibly cheap for what most dungeon tubers charge. And that's usually, so they usually charge multiples of that. And when they do, it's for a 60-second ad spot. And to be completely fair, they haven't played the game. They're just, hey, and check out Flail, a new old school fantasy brawler from Games Omnivorous, now available on Backer Kit through May 10th or whatever. I'm offering 2 hours minimum, probably 3.5. And if only like 5 people end up clicking the link and only spend $50 and you only end up spending $250, I'll give you back $250. So you can only break even, or do much better. Like if I generate no links and no conversions, my policy is you don't have to pay me. So that being said, Jams, what I will say is just because I don't like a game, as long as I think the game is fundamentally designed well, a lot of my audience will still say, that sounds great to me, or that sounds like a very interesting set of mechanics for me, and I'm willing to, I'm excited about it, even if Derek isn't. And I think there's been many games that I have sort of bounced off of in certain ways that my Patreons and patrons have really, really included into. Now, all that being said about whatever game we're talking about today, like Cross 1,000 Dead Worlds, there are 3 main things I don't like. 1, and I'll be completely honest with you, and I know that there are games out there that are literally solo war games, like across 5 leagues from the borderlands, 5 parsecs from space or something. Playing a solo tactical combat game sounds like watching paint dry to me. Full transparency. No, not 5 seconds till summer. 5 parsecs from home, or 5 leagues from the borderlands. Those are they're the sci-fi and the fantasy equivalent, and they are basically a solo war game. I have no interest in that. So while I thought the whole hex thing and the random generation thing was cool and all this other stuff, and maybe that might be something I might enjoy, maybe like as a collab GM thing. And clearly, if we were playing like GM plus players, no, I would never play Gloomhaven solo. Copper Blend. It has no interest to me. None. I played a duo. I played a duo with Tim. We both played 2 characters. That was fine. I would never play it solo. It's just not interesting. It's just not interesting to me at all. I can't begin to tell you why. And yeah, no, not particularly interesting in any capacity to me. Anyways, so the combat, while kind of interesting, is not really something that I would ever want to play solo. And then even with a GM, come on, that's pretty gnarly granule for me. You know, the grenade deviation thing and all this other stuff. That's a bit much for me. Also, now that we know that 1 hex is like how far you can move in a turn, like the fact that a grenade can deviate D4 hexes, it's like, damn, that's a pretty misthrown grenade. I'll just say that. So that doesn't do anything for me. Number 1 is I love the dungeon exploration part, the site exploration part. So I've already said number 2, which is the hex crawling seemed a little bit more just like, here's a big, huge empty map, fill it in. That doesn't really do it for me. And the third thing, which is now I get it. They're being very heavy-handed with it. And the reason why they're being very heavy-handed with it is so that all this random nonsense makes sense, right? They're trying to make the random nonsense make sense. But like the lore that our characters are just getting into, like basically a completely empty ship, and that we have no idea how long we're going to be in it, and then it shoots us off into some random location in space, and we don't steer the ship and we don't do anything, and then when we get there it just auto docks with an ancient location, and we go in there and randomly start exploring it, and no one's ever been there before. That's a little, now granted, that works really well if you have a procedurally generated, completely random dungeon crawling game in space, but it is a little nonsensical for me, you know? And it kind of like isn't as cool to me as something a little bit more like deliberate, I suppose. I don't know how to describe it, you know? But so that was more of a tonal thing, right? Is more of a, you know, no, you only have a 15% chance of not arriving. %85 of the time, it works every time. Yeah, I mean, doing it as sort of a mega game aspect could be kind of cool, right? Because now you're building a more collaborative nature and all this other stuff. But again, the only way that the Moria game works is because there's people who are sort of overlording it, right, and trying to help bring other stuff together. Oh, of course it's supposed to add tension. I mean, of course it is, but you know, I've played Starforged, and the structure of Starforged works better for me. I'll say that. Right? It's much more based on clocks and vague, abstract notions of positioning, and a lot of tracks or clocks or whatever they call them in that game. It's a little soulless. Maybe I feel that way. It's a little soulless. This game has a lot more soul than Starforged. Starforged feels a little too generic to me sometimes, but overall and fundamentally, I think Starforged is more my style. That being said, I love some of the gritty stress and trauma rules and all this other stuff in here. I think that some of the social aspects of this game are really, really neat. I love that they do give you all that. I mean, it's not for me, but I love the way that they presented combat with the behavioral matrix, the role-based decision trees, the fact that when an enemy gets wounded, they have that different role table, the random hex creation for the map, it's you know. But yeah, Elaine. I mean, Elaine says this game's designer, I think his name is Alex, and I always get into fights about Ironsworn and Starforge games. He's very anti-PBTA games, and you know, it shows, right, Elaine? I mean, this Starforge is very clearly PBTA inspired, Blades in the Dark inspired, and this game is a lot more crunchy in simulationism, and it's even crunchy. And again, I think simulationism applies to characters' emotional states. It's even simulating a character's stress level. It's simulating your character's emotional state. In a true simulationist game, that stuff should be handled by the simulation, not by some player just deciding my character is angry. No, or my character got afraid. No, make a stress test. See if you can avoid the stress accumulation with a resolve roll, right? Simulate Simulate. So Copper says, yeah, I kind of get the feeling that he was anti-PBTA from reading this one. Yeah, I mean, most people consider those things kind of, opposite sides of the spectrum. I actually, ironically, think that PBTA and simulationism have a little bit more in common than some people think, but I think a lot of people think PBTA games are like super hyper narrativist, and I don't even necessarily know that they are. Most PBTA games don't even have meta currency. Like most PBTA games don't have because let's call it what it is. Meta currency is a narrative thing. It's this plot armor device, right? So when you look at a game like 5e or PF2 or whatever with their, even in this game, luck and basically get to reroll. It's basically a way of saying like, all right, you lost, but that's lame. So reroll until you win. That's basically what it is. PBTA doesn't have that because PBTA says you're going to get your result and you're going to live with it, Right. And plus PBTA gets a lot of mixed results. And you know what? Real life, mostly mixed results. Exactly, Pumpkin. PBTA really isn't that far off from an OSR game. People just don't. They start talking about GM moves and people lose their mind. Meanwhile, people start talking about GM moves and initiativeless combat, and meanwhile, in OSR games, people are doing that constantly. It's crazy. I guess it's just messaging. I'm not going to lie. PBTA has terrible marketing, and the people who created it were all, like me, like uber hipster gatekeepers, and they used terrible language to describe things just to sound uptight and pretentious. And I get it. But, we do that out here. FBT, does it mega game? Does it heroic deed? Right? I get it. We created this thing, but anyways, this was a long stream, 4.5 hours. So I apologize / you're welcome. Hopefully you guys enjoyed this. Again, it was a deep look, and I wanted to go deep because I gotta play a solo game, and I gotta kind of learn the lay of the land, and more importantly than that, I need to create a mega game that my community can play as solo while playing with me as that. Soon TM. The goal was to launch it in like May, but now it's April 22. I need to just I need to not overcomplicate it. That's the key. But yes, Moria is going to happen, and I'm really excited for it. I think it'll provide a really nice contrast to Northern Reaches, which, by the way, launched with tremendous success. I think I've said it before, and I'll say it again. I think people underestimate just how much people love Pathfinder 2. We always get just a huge surge of new patrons. And yeah, it's true. A lot of people come in, they play it, and they don't love it, but they decide it's not for them or whatever. But a lot of people end up sticking around, and they stick around for a long time. They upgrade, they become huge supporters of the channel, become true, capital T, true fans. And I'm so happy that they get to have that experience, and it's such a rewarding thing for them. So, but anyways, Pathfinder 2, I think, will be a nice contrast to the Moria game. Especially since, again, I know, well, look, I only have so much stuff I need to do. I mean, my list just for this channel includes continuing to do regular streams, 2 to 3 a week. That's covering things like first looks. That's covering things like deep dives. That's covering things like GM advice and, talking about more esoteric or complicated things. And ideally that even expands that, right? To maybe trying to get, more people on the show and all of those. Like we're going to have Level 2 Janitor is going to be on the show on Sunday talking about Tactiquest. So getting people on the show, Evan's been on the show recently, things like that. So there's all that. That's normal show stuff. Then on top of that, obviously, Smith and I are developing Shadow Tide, and I'm trying to work on Shadow Deep. There's other projects that people would love for me to dabble in, whatever. Then there's actual plays. Right? Moria Livestream is one of them, but I know that there's a lot of people out there that I would love to be sponsored, especially, to go play a game like Daggerheart or something like that, especially if we could get sponsored. Because, again, actual plays don't really make us a lot of money or tips. So getting a sponsorship really, really helps with that because I can really sell the game. Because remember, it's not just about me playing it. the whole way I want to approach an actual play is to sort of educate and teach and right, entertainment and education. Those are the two pillars of KOLC. And now I have my Patreon games, which I'm kicking off next month. So I'm going to be running games of Avatar. I'm going to be running the Avatar Legends. I'm going to be running Daggerheart. I'm going to be running Blades in the Dark, and I'm going to be running The One Ring. So there's all that. And then I have my conventions that I go to help Steven and Glicker out with Roll for Combat / to do my own little networking and all that other stuff. And then there's my own home personal game on Fridays. Not really part of the channel, but, it's still an RPG related thing that takes up time. And I feel like I'm forgetting something. We'll just call that. So there's a lot of stuff. There's a lot of irons in the fire, but I don't want to leave anything too hanging. So, anyways. But as you can see, the people demand Moria. Conquest of Moria. Return to Khazad-dûm. I think that's the name of it. But what's the fourth pillar of KLLC? I don't know. I don't know what the third pillar is. The two pillars are education and entertainment. Actually, there is a third pillar. Education, entertainment, rampant gatekeeping. That's the third thing. Right, because that's not, Keith, that's not touching other elements. Like, for example, that StarCraft Miniatures game, those minis could be on their way to my house right now. And last year, I bought an entire 200 whatever plus paint set from Army Painter. I bought their entire range because I'm like, I am going to paint, damn it. And I was always terrible at painting, but speed paints and slap chopping and all that other jazz seems like it could set my soul free. So I got an airbrush. I got the whole Army Painter line. I want to do it. And StarCraft looks like an amazing miniature game, and I love miniature games, especially because I'm not playing as many, grid-based move my mini tactical RPG. I still have that itch. I don't really want to do it on VTT, and I don't really have the option to do it in person. So with an RPG, so minis game. So I want to carve out time to paint and play the game, ideally in person. I would love to see if someone around, there's a couple stores around here that have opened up in the last 5 years that I've never really even been to, but my understanding is they're mostly wargaming related, 40K mostly, I would imagine. Maybe there's a chance that they kind of get some StarCraft things going on. I have no interest in playing 40K, full stop. Sorry, Cass. The rules are just, what else I was going to say? I don't remember, but there's a lot of stuff coming out. And I want to do it all. There we go. So that is going to do it for me. Yeah, I saw some of the stuff from Adepticon. I didn't really pay too much attention to it, but I still subscribe to a lot of minis channels from back in my Warhammer days. Fantasy, not 40K. And they were all talking about it, but I know they do. I know they don't need my help though. They're already at like $7 or $8 million. Flail is at 110K pounds. So like they're in that great region. So, well, thank you, Kaz. Thank you for sponsoring the stream. By the way, someone asked me, how do you sponsor a first look stream? Well, the answer is you be a patron of the Night's Last Call and you use your tickets to put a game on the queue. If you're one of our advanced members who have gold tickets, which usually comes with a higher patron tier, you can use your gold tickets to cut the line and put your game in first place. So that is an option for people who are in that position. It's a perk for being such a big supporter of the show. Hopefully we all benefit because we all get to see these new games. And so, that is the case. That being said, we're on a first look heater. And I think Thursday is going to be another first look. I think we're going to be doing Pico, which somebody just recently spent all of their gold tickets to put on the list and put in first place. So Pico is the new game from Felix Isaacs, who did Wild Sea, where you play a bug. And then Saturday will not be a Shadow Deep stream, because I have plans Saturday, and then Sunday. We have a level 2 janitor who's going to be on. We're going to be talking about TactiQuest. So cool stuff. Oh, that was the other thing I have to do. NightCon. In fact, Bob messaged me today and he said, hey, I know I've been basically AWOL. Well, not without leave, but Bob's been super, super duper busy. And he says, if you have any time Saturday or Sunday, let's grab some food and get a chance to start figuring stuff out, because we got like 8 weeks, give or take, until NightCon. So we got to make some plans for that. Again, I don't want to overdo it. I'm not trying to promise the moon here. I really just want to provide a cool environment where people can go and hang out and play games. But, you know, it'd be cool if we could make it kind of neat. So it'd be a lot different if it was like NightCon session 1 and it was just our own thing, doing our own thing independently. But because it's at Origins, that's one of the reasons I chose to do it. It gives me a lot of leeway, because I don't have to provide all of a people's entertainment. Like they're at a full functioning convention. They can leave and go to the exhibitor hall or go get a Magic draft or go play in another event, or if they want to, right? So anyways, I can't believe I almost forgot about NightCon, but that is. So there we go. That'll be it for me. I will see you guys on the Discord. Remember, patreon.com/KnightsOfLastCall. Check us out. Love to see you. Otherwise, I'll see you next time on Knights of Last Call. Good night, everybody. Thank you.